So again, for the group, my name is Peter Tromba, and I'm the Research and Policy Director for the Chief Education Office. Lindsay Capps, who is the Acting Chief Education Officer, is at a groundbreaking this morning. We just talked a couple of minutes ago, and he said he wishes the group well and hopes we have a very, very productive day, and again, sort of echoes the thanks from our office to everybody who's attending the meeting today. What we're going to do today to start out is go through and do introductions. A number of you have brought either testimony or information from your organization or from somewhere around the state. And if you've brought that, now would be a good time when you do your intro to explain what you brought, maybe give a little bit of a frame for what it is, and we can distribute it to the work group. Following our model from the last meeting, there's a lot of us, so if we spend a ton of time introducing ourselves, it's going to take way too much time.
I'm not sure what you said.
So, Peter,
Yeah,
I'm not in charge apparently of Siri, and
Yes.
you can just disregard what
I
she
got
said.
it. Okay.
She tells me all the time. There's not one who has big soda needs.
So just give your name, your affiliation if it's relevant, and then again, if you brought something or want to offer something to the work group that's relevant to the work we're doing. The one thing I'll offer is I'm still a little bit sick. I was not at work yesterday. I'm a little bit sweaty. I think I'm not contagious anymore, but that's why I'm not shaking hands. And I'll try to kind of keep a bubble around me. I won't cough or anything. Just the one other thing I'll share is that I'm very, very excited about the work that the group has done so far, and optimistic that during today's meeting we're going to get a chance to have some positive dialogue around the topics that we started in our last meeting. Representative Wisdom.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks to everyone coming out in the weather today. I agree the first meeting had a lot of great information. Hope everyone went back and worked like I did, try to get more data and help this work group so we can have the group propose some legislation. And I'm Gene Wisnett, State Representative of House District 53. Thank you.
Do you want to share your testimony? Or wait?
We'll wait. I have some testimony that I got from Dr. Margot with Lynch Elementary School in Redmond, Oregon, elementary school, and she's came from background in New York. I think you'll find her comments interesting. So,
I'm Mike Rebark from the Chief Education Office, the technical lead for the statewide longitudinal data system.
Good morning, I'm Norma Trefrin. I work for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians in the 477 Self-Sufficiency Program.
I'm Sonia Moody Jurado. I'm one of 4 education specialists for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians out of our Salem office.
I'm Lori Wimmer with the Oregon Education Association and have been doing a lot of work in this interim on the secondary source research on poverty and education, and I hope to be able to share with links some of the great articles and researchers I've discovered in recent weeks that show some of the causes of the link between poverty and education achievement, which, just for one example, the 30 million word language gap that our early learners come into school with, and many, many more. So hope to share that with you all.
So Lori, would you want to share that now or just maybe a little bit later in the agenda? I'm making notes.
Later in the agenda would be fine. Let's
Okay,
do
all right, fair enough, thank you. Tricia.
Tricia Smith, Oregon School Employees Association. I didn't bring anything to share with you, either illness or research.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Brian Reeder, Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Research and Data Analysis at the Department of Education. I'm going to hand out a couple things that I put together. These actually came out of some work that we've been doing at the department, and was first reported in the latest Quality Education Commission report. The work is around understanding the factors that affect student achievement as measured in various ways, and this work was related to factors affecting high school graduation. Do you want me to go into this a little now, Peter?
You're on the agenda for a little bit later, so
Okay.
let's just wait a bit.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing it. There's definitely a question from the group about the quality of model, so thank you. Iris?
I'm Ms. Bill, and I'm with Youth Development Division. I don't have any materials today, but I do have some that I would probably suggest.
Good morning, I'm Mike Wolf, representing Superintendent Perry. She's returning from a trip from DC. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Salem Kaiser School District. I'm also involved in the ELL work group, and I was a member of the task force on school funding as well.
Great, thank you.
I'm Scott Cooper with Neighbor Impact, the community action agency for equipment pursuits in Jefferson counties, and I'm on the board of the Community Action Partnership for Oregon. I also sit on the school board for the county.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Parasa Chanrami with Stand for Children. I work there as a policy and advocacy manager.
Welcome.
I'm Betty Palmer. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Baker School District 5J in Baker City, Oregon. I'm also an executive board member of the Oregon Elementary School Principals Association.
I'm John Rexford. I'm Superintendent of the High Desert Education Service District, located in Central Oregon. I'm the President-elect of the Oregon Association of ESDs, and I also served on the School Funding Task Force in the last session.
I'm Don Didier. I'm the Executive Director of the Youth Partners Association and then the Chair of the Education Affinity Committee for the Oregon Alliance of Children's Programs.
Good morning, I'm Janet Ahrens, the Executive Director of the Alliance, and I have a little bit of very exciting material for you. The front page of what I'm handing out now just tells you who we are, what we do. We represent over 100,000 kids, all of whom have an education need. So it's really terrific for us to be able to be here and be part of the conversation. On the back, the profile of one of the small segments of kids that we represent who are long-term care and treatment. Gives you a little bit of information about who they are. And then we did a study, an adverse childhood experience study, and of our kids. And we also did a comparative on it with the Oregon Health Authority's study on ACEs. And so you see the results of the study here and what the kids' scores are. And then on the back, you can see the behavior issues and impact of trauma for these children. And then we have the good news, which is resilience, rebound, and recovery, and some data point samples. This is what our members do to help mitigate the impact of the trauma. And that's probably plenty for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that info, and if it comes up later in the discussion, you want to refer to it, then we'll be able to.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Jackson, Director of REAP, is committed to working with third to college-age students in Oregon County, focused on student voice, leadership, and entrepreneurship. And I personally believe a strong advocate around students in poverty and students of color. And glad to be here in person in this meeting, on the phone with the last meeting.
How was that on the phone? Could you hear what was going on? Or?
I could hear oftentimes we lose the engagement because we're not asking any input.
Yeah, thank you so much for being able to attend in person.
I'm Ozzie Rose, and I'm a lobbyist for the Oregon ESD Association and the Northwest Region of the ESD.
Morgan Allen with the Oregon School Boards Association.
Darren Drills, Superintendent of the Cascade School District, represent middle-sized school districts across the state. We are exactly the average-sized school district in the state of Oregon.
So how many students?
2,300.
So the average goes from what? Middle school.
My average.
No, that grouping. So
that grouping? You're talking about districts down to 100 kids to Salem Kaiser and Portland Public, 45,000. So,
thank you.
22 to 2,300 is about the average.
Thank you.
And other folks have joined?
I'm TJ Sheehy. I'm Research Director with Children First for Oregon.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to look at the agenda for a second, and just, especially because we have folks who've added to the group who are not here the first time, I want to just talk about the work group charge, which is actually number 3 on the agenda, then we'll come back to number 2. During the last legislative session, House Bill 2968 was passed, which called for the Chief Education Office to convene this work group and then produce a report to the legislature by November the 15th of this year on the topic of improving the educational achievement of students in poverty in Oregon. And in particular, the work group is supposed to be cross-sector and interdisciplinary and have representation from a wide variety of voices. We're supposed to look at federal, state, local funding. We're also supposed to look at barriers that students and families face. And our charge in terms of reporting out is around the subject of the poverty weight, the weighted extra dollars that school districts get from the state school fund to serve the interests of students in poverty, and whether that weight is sufficient. That language is in the bill. We're going to talk about whether it's sufficient or not in some detail today. Also, the work group, when it produces that report, is allowed to or encouraged to or able to also suggest or inform legislators about possible legislative concepts for the next short session. And we have a very, very short timeline. We've had one meeting in the beginning of this month, and then we have today's meeting, and then essentially the report needs to get written, desktop published, word processed, and across the street in 2 weeks. And when you consider the magnitude of the issue, the huge numbers of opportunities to solve it, and the tight timeline, it's very difficult for us to produce anything that's meaningful. And so what our goal was, and what Lindsay's goal was, Rep. Wisnan's goal, and I think a lot of people in the room is, to immerse ourselves in the issue as much as possible and have discussions around some of these key legislative concepts and get feedback from all of you. We do not believe we are going to get consensus from the people in this group. And actually, it's not part of the legislation that we do. Where consensus will occur, if it does, is at the legislative level. We're part of a legislative process. And so today, as we go through the concepts, we're going to be really assiduous at keeping track of what everybody has to say, but not necessarily trying to force down one solution or another necessarily among this group. And that means that we don't necessarily need to argue back and forth about some of these ideas. As long as our ideas get registered, they'll be included in the record for either Rep. Wisnan or other members of committees that take on this charge as we move forward. It's possible that on some of these areas we will get to consensus, but I doubt it. And I'm not really angling to try to get us to all agree to something. So we're not going to be doing votes, I don't think. Unless it seems like every single person in the room has agreement, I might just call as the facilitator, does anybody disagree with something? We'll just see. My guess is we're not going to get there because it's such a complex topic, as I said before. So a number of folks in the committee after our last meeting, when they looked at the agenda for today, have been emailing me, worried. How in the world are we going to address all these ideas? And don't you understand what this would do to our district? Or don't you see that this doesn't apply to rural and does apply to urban or what have you? So if you're sitting in the room worried that you're going to be on the spot all of a sudden to argue one thing or another, I hope what I've taken off of your mind is the idea that we're going to try to drive towards one answer at the end. That might come through legislative process, it might not. It's not a charge of this group to have necessarily every answer, but it is a charge of this group to dive into these questions deeply, and that's why you're here, because of your expertise and your knowledge of Oregon, Oregon schools, Oregon families, Oregon tribes. Tricia.
It helps me in thinking about this group to go back to the bill and the charge in the bill.
You bet.
Because it's pretty narrow. We're supposed to create a report on how state school fund expenditures relate to the educational achievements of students in poverty.
Yep.
So I hope that the presentations will focus there, so that if there is something different that needs to be done, it can illuminate itself through that process. I don't think we're charged with solving poverty or anything else beyond what this report says. So hopefully that's where we focus.
Correct. I do want to point out, and the Representative Wisnan, you put out your hand, in the bill it says that the work group should consider federal funding, state funding, local funding, and what are the barriers for students being educated. And that's why you've actually been given research that's beyond school, because when you think about the barriers, some of them are school-related and some aren't, and I think it's good to sort of take a look at all of that. And it's really clear as we have listened to folks around the room, that community element, the local element, the places in Oregon, our different counties, add the richness into the discussion of the problem, the opportunities in Oregon. So that was within the charge as well, is to look at the barriers. Representative Wisner.
Thank you, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Peter did a good job of summarizing what I think we're here to do. I want to put on record that I had a lot of help for this bill. I had help from the governor's office, the speaker's office, Representative Doherty, and all the lobbyists and special interest people that came. I've been in the building long enough to know it's hard to get to move the ball forward. And I agreed, at the end there was effort to kill the bill, but a lot of people stepped forward and says, let's do the work group and see what we can move towards what you want. I realize that. I'm also realizing I worked with the governor when she was Secretary of State on the military voting. And I wanted to go to electronic voting for military overseas. And she suggested the first time we do fax, let's do it in small steps. And we did fax, and no one uses fax anymore. So now we've moved to electronic, and that you can scan your ballot and send it in from overseas to be sure that the military gets to vote. So my point is, I'm hoping, and Peter has kept me involved, and I appreciate that from the very beginning and organizing everything. I think he's done a great job, and I appreciate all the inputs, because poverty, Scott Cooper and I, he's organized poverty workshops, and he first had an organization he headed that was to end poverty in Central Oregon, or not end it, to reduce it 50%. So I've been working this issue on poverty, and I think we need to address this and come up a way. My objective is to help be sure that we improve the graduation rate and the education of students in poverty. So that's what the bill's intended, and we can make small steps towards that. I realize that's an accomplishment, and we should be proud of that. So we may not get to the goal line, but if we can move the chains with this work group, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So what we're going to do today is we're going to start out with questions from the last meeting and some documentation. Iris, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Iris Chavez, education advocate extraordinaire.
Okay.
No. Excited to be here and to do the second day of work.
Great.
Thanks for having me.
So we're going to start with questions and answers from the last meeting. Some of them are provided in your packet. There'll be some testimony from some staff, either at the Department of Education or Chief Education Office. And then there'll also be a time for public testimony. I'm thinking we'll probably do those questions and answer parts to about the lunch hour. We'll see. We might go a little faster, we might go a little slower. Then we have provided lunch like last time. That means that we can have a quick lunch because it's here and start back up at 12:30. And the goal would be then is to start addressing these legislative concepts with a framework that we designed to discuss positive, negatives. You'll see the framework that we've determined. The latest we'll go is 3 o'clock, but if we finish earlier when our work is done, our work is done. And then, again, our job at the office will be writing up a report that needs to be written within a week so it can get out across the street within 2 weeks. So that'll be a pretty quick turnaround after that. Yeah, sure. Do you want to?
Well, the legislature, 24 November is the deadline for dropping bills to be drafted. And each legislator is only given 2. So I've offered one of my 2 bills that Peter and I are going to work to get something dropped before November the 24th. But we can still work on getting changes to that, but we need to fill that square, so we will, he and I will work together to do a placeholder bill that we can continue to work on before the deadline to move it forward.
Okay, so we're going to start with the questions and answers, and probably go a little bit out of order because we do have some folks that are coming over, but I think there'll be a different time. So the first one had to do with a question that Sonia had asked in our first meeting. If you recall, in our first meeting we had some deep discussion with Janet Bubel from ODE and others about Title I and how we count poverty in Oregon for Title I, or how we count poverty in Oregon for the formula. And a question came up that none of us knew the answer to, which was how students in tribal programs, assistance programs, are counted at the state level for something called direct certification. And that was something that Heidi Seip had brought up about how do we count kids. Some districts get information straight from the state about families that are receiving assistance. What about families that are receiving tribal-based programs? And we didn't know the answer. We do have April Campbell, who's a special assistant to the deputy superintendent over at ODE, and she'll be giving us some testimony a little bit later this morning, so we'll come back to that question. One thing I want to point out, and this is actually going to come up 3 or 4 times in here, this is one great thing that the work group functioned as. Nobody knew the answer to that really basic question. It seems like a really basic thing we didn't know, and now we do. And actually it's brought April into the discussion and brought school lunch folks into that discussion around tribal students in districts around Oregon tribes, and it helps the dialogue even over at ODE. What I find is sometimes I could be working next to somebody in my office and I don't know enough about what they do. I don't find it out until I'm at like some public work group or something. So we'll get back to question number 1 as soon as April gets here. Similarly, question number 2 was a question about we wanted to show the relationship between place, race and ethnicity, and poverty in Oregon. And actually I assigned our crack research staff to produce something that's in your packet that I'm going to ask you to recycle, because we're finding out that we made some mistakes at our office in terms of how we looked at the census data. Thank you. I'm sweating and my staff is really concerned for me. I do want to show, actually, if you could log in, Seth, on the web, I want to show one thing on the web. What we did is we asked the Department of Administrative Services, DAS, who's our kind of key state determinant of data that gets released about poverty data by county and by race in Oregon. And what they gave us omitted certain racial and ethnic groups in Oregon if they were really, really small in a county. And I'm going to pick on the first county listed here, Baker, but it's true of a bunch of counties. What the data show, if you look at official Oregon website data, is that there are 0 of all these different racial and ethnic groups. So I'm on our packet at some graphs that are in your packet that says Baker County that look like this. What we show as a state, at least on the website that we got data off of, is 0% of every racial ethnic group except white. Obviously that's not true, but what happens is if the data is small, our state omits certain small cell sizes because there's a lot of variation. So if there's 20 Black or African Americans in Baker, and the state is reporting they're at 50% poverty, the state doesn't give any number for that, at least in the one data set that we considered. And that's not true, and I don't want to give you the impression that we think that's true. And Iris brought this to our attention as we walked in and brought us some other data from American Community Survey, so we're redoing some of these graphs. But I want to show you one graph that is up to date for the whole state, because I want to make a point and then have a short discussion with folks about what it means. And we'll get you the right county data as soon as my team left and is redoing it right now for you. I do want to show you something though. This is statewide data that we presented. It tells a really, really interesting story. And there's 2 stories about this in Oregon about magnitude of people and the effect on folks, both in rural and urban, and also, so place plays a role that's really interesting, and race ethnicity plays a role. And I want to show it at least for the state, and then when we get the county data, you can take a look at it with these eyes on it. This is a graphic for Oregon, 2009, 2013, of families in poverty by race in our state. And we have two graphs about this. This one shows by race, what is the level of poverty by race in our state? So the highest bar here, American Indian, Alaskan Native, 50%. So 50% of American Indian, Alaskan Natives in Oregon are at the poverty line as defined by census.
Peter, is that in here? Because it's really hard to see from here.
It is not, but we are reproducing it right now. But I want to give you something because I hate to skip over this. It's such an important point and something to just talk about a little bit. What does it mean? So these are, basically another way to think of it is a chance. If you know a student is black or African American, odds are that this is the 33% chance that they are and their family is living in poverty. So here's the data by race and ethnicity for the state. And again, I'm sorry it's just up on the bar graph and not in your packet, but we're getting it. But the take-home message is that the rates of poverty in Oregon are very dependent upon race and ethnicity. They're also dependent upon place, and that's why I've got the county data. We'll show it to you. Then there's a second graphic that tells something slightly different. This is, oh, darn it. I'll use this one. No, it's too confusing. Sorry. This is the same data in Oregon. The same years, all the same kids, all the same families. And it has race on the bottom, but you see that the graph looks totally different. This is not the chance of being in poverty. This is the number of people in Oregon in poverty by race and ethnicity. So it tells a different story. What it says is that in Oregon, if you look at all of the people in poverty in Oregon, a large percentage of them, by far the majority, are white. So when you look at those two things together, and this is actually true of lots of states in our country, you see two different truths. One truth is, if you're a member of a certain race or ethnicity, you're much more likely to be in poverty. Your family's more likely to be in poverty. Your grandparents are more likely to be in poverty. Your friends are more likely to be in poverty. Your neighborhood's more likely to be impoverished in one way or the other. But if you look at serving students in poverty, the highest number of them are white. Neither of these two graphs have a higher precedence, at least in our mind. We're just sharing data. They just share two ways of looking at exactly the same data.
But Peter, when you take a look at it from the perspective of the population, don't you get at disproportionate numbers?
This is the population of Oregon,
Right.
if you looked at all of them, but the other graph is the percentage chance.
Right. Take that other graph, then you start to look at disproportionate numbers.
Right. And so what we did is we provided both of them together. So this is two ways of looking at exactly the same kids, exactly the same data. And we don't have an answer at our office or in our research side about what you do with this exactly. But any policy consideration about poverty that also recognizes the intersection of ethnicity and race and poverty comes across this representation. Lots of states in the United States, by the way, look like this. Not all, but especially a lot of the western states. And I'll take questions in a second. I think it's good as we go forward and we start to talk about legislative concepts later. A number of people had that question about, it was actually brought up at the last meeting, how these things work together. I'm just going to say one more statement about it, and then I'll just take questions and you guys can talk back and forth. One way to think of this data is, how does money get allocated, say to a school district with the poverty weight? Money gets allocated in the school district on the poverty weight based on the red bars here, not based on the blue bars. So if you're in a district, you get weights based on poverty, with no accounting for whether or not the race of the student or the ethnicity of a student. There are very few interventions that follow the blue bars at all. But I did find a couple in Oregon. I'll give you one example and then I'll stop talking. It's not an education example because I couldn't find one. In some of our counties, there are programs that serves the housing needs of folks who are homeless. And the way the money is distributed for housing services follow the red bars. But the way the information is, the outreach happens in some of our counties is based on the blue. In other words, a much greater effort is spent on letting folks know about opportunities that counties or the state has in terms of homelessness services that's directed towards particular races and ethnicities in our state. So the money goes out according to the red bars, but the outreach goes out according to the blue bars. And that's an example of it's Multnomah County and it's housing. There may be an analog in education where you sort of look at the race and its effect on poverty. I'm not sure, but as we go through it, I wanted to have this, and we will have this for you for every county in the state, you know, probably a little bit later in the day. And I apologize for the fact that we gave out wrong stuff, and I want to thank Iris for researching it, correcting it, and getting us on the right track with that. So I'll just stop talking and see if folks have questions or comments or observations. TJ?
I have a comment. I mean, I think that it's incredibly important to look at statewide rates and poverty share simultaneously because I think it paints a fuller picture. But I think it's also really important to overlay place with race.
Yep.
So for example, if you look at the Tri-County metro area, the poverty rate for white kids is 10%. Outside of that Tri-County metro area, the poverty rate is 20%. And for children of color statewide, it's 30%. So there's a huge intersection of place and race. And also, if you look at the Tri-County metro area, the poverty share of children of color make up as like 2/3 of the children of poverty in the metro area, and it's almost the reverse
throughout the rest of the state
in many other rural counties. So the state is not a monolithic place, and so it's incredibly important to look at differential rates at the statewide level, but it's also important to take into account the variation and the challenges and the realities in different corners of the state.
Yep, and when we have that too, I think maybe we could go through, you'll be able to see your county, and then maybe flip back and forth to a couple, and just, you'll see that story. So thank you for that. Other thoughts or comments, Sonia?
Well, the red bar, how is that information gathered exactly? Like the in poverty?
It's the census, it's the American Community Survey, which every 10 years they try to sample everybody or try to actually interview everybody or have people fill in. And then on an interim basis, they do sampling. So this is actually the interim census data. And by the way, it's available. There's actually there's a URL up there, and this is off of our website, by the way. This is Oregon data from the Oregon 10-year plan. So you can research it yourself and take a look at it.
Well, and I think for a lot of communities, especially for African American and Native communities, the response to the census is extremely, extremely low. I mean, there was at one point in Siletz, which is our reservation, that the census came back, there was one Native that lived there. So the joke was around town was who's the Indian?
Who is it?
Yeah, I mean, because of the fear base that comes from responding to those things. So it's not always accurate. And like for us, the way that reservations are set up, our poverty level is higher even though our tribal offices are there, is because that's where federal funding says that we have to maintain our programs. So our housing programs, those things, not just rentals, but also home ownership are on those reservations. So if a family wants to own a home and receive tribal assistance to it, they have to move to a reservation, which all of them are in rural areas, which have the highest unemployment rates. So they may get a home, but then they may be leaving a minimum wage job to go there,
right.
And then the employment opportunities are extremely low. And so those are a lot of things that affect our poverty numbers.
Thank you for that perspective. Yep.
Just very provocative reminders about place and who we're talking about. And towards that, I wonder if there's any data that might tell us which of these families or populations in poverty, what the percentage or the number of kids who are not in school. Do we have any sense of how poverty is affecting, I mean, we know it affects attendance, but is there any data that might tell us what that looks like? I mean, we get it from McKinney-Vento, and when we're in homeless count, we can extrapolate. We know how many school-aged kids are unaccompanied minors attending school, and we have other ancillary data that allows us to extrapolate a number for how many are not attending school. Do you have any way to do that with these kids?
So just briefly, and this did come up a little at the last meeting, and if I make an error, I'll expect Mike, Brian, or Janet to correct this. At the school district level, there is a flag for students that says they're a free and reduced lunch student. And one thing I've learned more than anything else in my 1 month studying this really deeply is at the state level, our big concern when we talk about students in poverty is all about lunch. It's all about feeding students. It's not about providing data to policymakers. So the data that we have that indicates if a student is in poverty or not is imperfect. And it's really designed around a system to make sure that students who need it get lunch. For example, there are districts or schools where every single student in our database is checked. They are in poverty. Not based on their own conditions, their family, a form they've filled out, direct certification, or anything. It's because the district is classifying all of their students in poverty because it's reached a certain percentage. Janet's nodding her head. So then if you ask the question, what is the attendance rate of students in poverty, you're starting with data that's not really good about who they are. So it's imperfect. We do know from the research, and it's in here in terms of barriers, that the barriers to school attendance are much more significant to families navigating poverty. And some of them are common sense and some of them are not so common sense. That's sort of national data. But when we get down to Oregon and we're really trying to look at that, we're confounded by the fact that most of our data around poverty is really around lunch and not supplying a researcher like me exactly what we want to know. So yes, there are more barriers, but it's hard to exactly show it in Oregon. Is that accurate? Janet, you're none down, Brian. Mark, and then Tricia?
You answered my question.
Okay, all right, thank you. Tricia?
My question is along the same lines. I know that there is pretty significant under-reporting of families or families who don't apply for free and reduced lunch or public assistance even though they are in poverty. And I'm wondering how those numbers are, or if those numbers are captured.
So my understanding of the direct certification process is if a student, the family is already receiving a state benefit, and if it's all districts, or districts then receive information from the state that even if the family doesn't fill out a free and reduced lunch application, the districts get information about that student and they're counted for district purposes in terms of funding.
So if they are on public assistance of some sort, they
But
might
if
be
they're not,
counted.
they're not counted.
But if they're not counted in.
Correct. Mike, do you want to?
And it's based on SNAP data now.
Right.
Not TANF or any other program.
And do you know if that includes the tribal USDA food programs?
April's here, and we're going to talk about that in just a sec. We'll come back to April. If you're wondering why we're digging into this, as we get to the afternoon, one of the questions is about the weight. And really, there's two questions we put out about the weight. Is it fair, and is it big enough? This is about the is it fair question. And are there any other ways that we might look at that in terms of all the issues that we've brought up about underreporting or who's being reported? So we can talk about that, but that's why this is significant discussion. And we'll kind of go into a little bit more detail on that. So any other questions until we get the revised county by county about race, place, and poverty? Okay. Question number 3 was rural and urban. At the last meeting, we had And we don't have everybody here who's at the last meeting. We've lost a couple of our Multnomah folks, but we've still got some Metro folks here. We had a really interesting dialogue about rural and urban in our state. And I think everybody's head was nodding about the lived experience of people who testified at the table. We had one superintendent who's been in different size districts, and we had people who have worked across from Umatilla to Portland and all this stuff. And the question was, well, are there really differences between rural and urban poverty? And are there different barriers? So what we started to do is we started to do a literature review. And one of the first names that popped up in our literature review about urban and rural poverty was Oregon State University researcher, Bruce Weber, who's done extensive nationwide but also Oregon research about rural poverty. He was a great person to talk to. I wish he could be here. He had another engagement out of state, or he would have been, because he's super interested. And if we continue this discussion ever past this, he'd like to come be a member or talk about it. And he talked my ear off about rural poverty. Then he suggested a couple of things for the work group to consider. One was a handy-dandy website, which is at the back of this packet, that is actually a New York Times website where you can click on counties anywhere in the United States and look at economic opportunity and upward mobility at every county in the country and take a look at that economic uplift or economic effects across the United States. And if this computer worked a little faster, I'd bring it up, and maybe at the break I'll get it up. But you can look at it yourself and try it. It's pretty cool. You can just dial in a poverty level and see the likely outcome for families living in that county in Oregon. And what it tells you is that there's not just one rural Oregon, because you can look at different parts of rural Oregon, and the likelihood of that child or that family exiting poverty is different in different parts of the state, which makes sense. And that came up at the meeting. There isn't just one rural Oregon. There isn't just one urban Oregon either, at least from that perspective. The other thing Dr. Weber gave us was a paper. I don't know if anybody read it, but I wanted to put it in there. It's a very academic paper, but we are a believer in our office in scholarship and providing folks with good literature reviews. So if you want to look up the best data, if you want to dig in, if you want to find out the hard facts, find it. That's why I'm so embarrassed. Our first part of the packet was wrong, but we're fixing it. Dr. Weber's paper that was co-authored by a number of other folks digs into, is there such a thing as a rural effect on poverty? Or is it really just the same thing, and really what controls poverty is demographics or race or family size or unemployment? And the conclusion of the paper, if you read it, is, first off, his conclusion is there are definitely things that are uniquely different about rural versus urban areas in our country, and by the way, also in Oregon, that show up in the literature. And actually what's called for in the paper is more study of it. Another interesting thing that I think is really germane to Oregon is two things are true, just like the race data. Two things are true. One, you're much more likely to be in poverty if you're in rural Oregon versus urban Oregon. And the number of people in poverty are, if you look at the state, much more in the urban. So that both things are true. The likelihood of poverty is more in rural, but the number of people poverty in our state is concentrated in the urban corridor of the Willamette Valley. It's not true that one is right or the other is right. They're both right. And so it's hard as a policymaker, but it is, that's life. Things are hard. You have to be thinking of both things. And what I found really interesting about the article, and I'd like to study it more, is that policymakers, he suggests, can really take that data and start to think about anti-poverty efforts differently depending on rural and urban. And whether or not we ever get to that with this committee in the afternoon, I doubt it, but maybe we could. It's a very cutting-edge idea. But I do reflect on the fact that in in our poverty weight, we're silent on where the district is. We're just looking at the rate. And so maybe that information is meaningful, maybe it's not, but I wanted to provide that really kind of dense paper for you to look through and maybe come up with some ahas from that. So I'll stop talking and see if any folks had thoughts about either the paper or again your lived experience of rural and urban, and whether it's sort of what I just said kind of meets with your understanding or whether it's really, really different. Iris.
Can you remind me of, I think it was Heidi last time that was talking about some of the challenges with the poverty weight because of, I think it was the data source, but how her district actually looks less poor than it really is. I mean, was it an age difference? Like there's a lot of seniors in the community versus children. Can you just, if
Sure.
anyone remembers that?
I do. No, researched it like crazy. So, and Heidi's not here. She's got a really important training at her ESD that she had to be at, probably leading it, so she couldn't come. But in fact, the poverty weight in Oregon for schools that's sent out as part of the state school fund is based on the census of school-aged children, not a census of the whole population. So what was introduced into the room was in fact not factually correct. We actually do as a state look at that group. So this idea that in a certain area we've got a whole lot of seniors moving in because of the weather and they affect the numbers for that area is not true. It doesn't mean we might not want to look at how the poverty weight's calculated, but that particular, remember, I don't know if you folks remember, but she had a fully baked legislative concept that she came with. It turns out not to be factually correct. And that was something that Morgan pointed out when we talked about it, we researched it with Mike in the back and Janet, and that is in fact how it works. So thanks for that callback. Mike.
Yeah, and I might be able to just add a little bit. ODE went through and revised how poverty was assessed and quite extensively. And we just implemented that change in the system.
Correct.
What, 2 years ago? And it's based on the small area income poverty and poverty estimates, and it's an annual update. So we don't just wait for the 10-year update anymore and then extrapolate for 9 years. So it's about as accurate as I think it's been in a while.
Yep. Representative Wisner?
Thank you, Peter. The one thing I would point out, because we're trying to discuss and talk about how we fund and how we support these, higher percentage in rural, and also probably less services. Now we're in Central Oregon, we've got a great support system for poverty and students in poverty, but a lot of counties in rural Oregon do not have the services except the school.
And it's really, really interesting when you read the articles in here about what's different about rural. That is one thing that comes up. And it has a self-perpetuating effect that if you don't have certain services and then families leave for that reason, it can actually be self-perpetuating. So thanks for that. So April? You ready to come on up? And I'll give you a little...
Peter,
yes,
can
go
I
ahead.
make one more comment? Just a
Yes.
food for thought question. We talked a lot at the last meeting about the fact that this is a funding formula. It's not a services formula.
Correct.
So does it really matter how you weight the money if it doesn't end up serving the purposes for which it's weighted? I just throw that out as a food for thought question.
Thank you. And we will be digging into that pretty deeply when we get to some of these ledge concepts. So April, is there a seat someone can...
Did we decide we were going to introduce legislation as a group? I missed that meeting if we did. And that isn't what the legislation requires of us. And I'm worried that we're going to get wrapped up. I could spend a lot of time talking about potential legislation. I've got 100 good ideas.
Okay.
But that's not what we're supposed to be doing, I don't think.
Well, one of the charges is the work group in the legislation, and I could go and read it out loud if you'd like, but it's to suggest possible legislative concepts as part of the report. So we're going to produce a report considering the data that we've all talked about and have a discussion about that. The group is not going to be asked to come to consensus about a legislative concept. but we are going to bring up a number and weigh in on positive, negatives, and other aspects of the concepts.
And Peter, just before, I don't think you need to read it out loud, but it says that, and may include, it doesn't say will.
Yeah.
It says may.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
It
so
says we
the
will report, and I'm worried we're not going to get to what we're supposed to do, which is truly delineate in a report how state school fund expenditures relate to academic achievement of students in poverty.
Mhm.
And I haven't really got any meat yet around that question
Mhm.
in what we've seen so far, and I'm worried about our time.
Okay, well, I'm just going to ask that you sit with your worry, because we're trying to address the questions that were raised at the meeting and then kind of move forward on that. April Campbell is your title is
Indian Education Advisor to Deputy
Superintendent. And just to set this up, April, because I wanted to make sure, sorry to just kind of call you over. At the last meeting, we had a question about direct certification of students who are receiving state services and whether or not those students are automatically, districts are notified about whether or not they are receiving services and therefore should get free and reduced lunch. And a question that Sonia asked and others were curious about is if the students receive those services at an Oregon tribe, were they automatically counted by the state? And the first part of that answer, well, actually, you've got the answer to that. So
Right.
that's why you've been brought in, and folks can ask you questions about it.
Perfect. And really, it varies by tribe because each tribe has different capacities and services that they provide. And so if the tribe has a tribal TANF program, then there is some cross-collaboration with the state. And for obvious reasons, you don't want to double dip. So in Oregon, I think out of the 9 tribes, I think there's 3 that have TANF programs. So there would be some cross-collaboration in terms of numbers, counting. But all the other tribes, you wouldn't have that information. I mean, it's tribal, and those numbers go directly to the federal government. So does that kind of clarify a little bit?
It does. So I just want to point out for the work group, what that effectively means is if you're in a school district that serves Oregon students or tribal students whose families are receiving services that are not one of those 3 TANF programs, that information doesn't automatically get sent to the school district. It's possible those families sign up for the free and reduced lunch services, but if they don't, that's sort of silent. The district doesn't receive that benefit, the families don't receive that, the lunch and all the associated things that come along with being designated as being a student in free and reduced lunch.
That is correct.
And we did find out that for our tribe, we do carry a tribal TANF that covers 11 counties in Oregon. That our numbers, we collaborate with the state to make sure there's no double dipping, but we don't report our numbers to them.
Okay.
Which isn't surprising.
So they don't know our families that are receiving, especially if they are receiving our food program and not going through the state for SNAP benefits.
Thank you.
And I would assume the other 2 tribes treat that equally, just based on
and
history of sharing data and information.
And so for us, for people that don't know, so those numbers affect Multnomah, Clackamas, Washington, Marion, Polk, Yamhill, Lane, Lynn, Benton, Tillamook, and Lincoln. So those count, that's where 11, so if our tribal members are receiving our TANF program in any of those 11 counties, then the numbers don't go to the state. We just check and collaborate that they're not double dipping.
When you say the other 2 tribes, which 2?
Let's see, so it would be Umatilla and Grand Ronde has their own, they don't go through the state, they have their own GA services. I think it's Warm Springs. Yeah. But I'd have to confirm that before, and I can do that, I was told there were 3, so.
And this is clearly an emerging topic, and exactly where it's going to land or what, I don't think it rises to legislative concept at all, but in terms of counting and some of the other questions. One thing that always comes up with regard to this is privacy around this information. So whether or not the families who are receiving these benefits in a particular place want that automatically shared with the school district is an open question. The answer may be no. So we as a state sort of immediately assume, well, gosh, that data needs to be shared because then that services can take place. But sometimes there's real hesitance in terms of sharing that data. And so then we're balancing the individual desires, wants, and needs of families in terms of privacy with the desire to have the district with accurate information. Janet, you had your hand up, and then Mike.
In my conversation with the child nutrition staff at ODE is if they've received those numbers that April just talked about from the tribal communities, they would count them in with the direct cert numbers. So it's a matter of collaboration and communication to make sure that those could get counted in that same way.
So I just want to thank everybody that helped us uncover this, and we'll see exactly where we take it further, but it was really, really helpful. And April, thank you for coming. You're welcome to stay. Does anybody have any follow-ups to this before? Oh, yeah, Mike.
Just a couple of things. So there's also the community eligibility provision, which is another program for school breakfast and lunch. And that does take into account all the TANF information. It also takes into account the food distribution on Indian reservations program as well. So I'm not sure exactly what we're missing if we take into account the fact that there's a program, a provision for feeding kids out there, CEP, that actually does seem to pull more information than just TANF within the state. And the other thing is, when I hear people say the district gets this information, and maybe you covered this in the first meeting, that's confidential information that goes to our food service organization. I can't get that information as a COO. It's not like we generate reports on this, just so you know. It's not just laying out there waiting for somebody to look at it.
Yeah, and just to let you know, Mike, at the last meeting, we actually had some really good testimony from school district and finance people and superintendents about, again, the fact is that this is really a lunch program and not really designed to give, But thanks for that reminder, because we can't remind folks enough.
Just one quick response to that. It might cover the state TANF, but not tribal TANF for one. And then the food distribution programs, there's only five tribes participate in that, and they participate on a limited basis. And so, again, it's just not all-inclusive. I mean, we know that our students are not getting counted for multiple reasons in terms of the multiple definitions that we have around poverty. So I just want us to, I think there is some work that we can do to do some outreach to tribes to ensure that maybe it's not names, maybe it's just a count. I don't know. That's what you guys get to do. But I just, so just to answer that question, the tribal TANF is different than the state TANF.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for April?
Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm leaving because I gotta go hang out with the kids at school.
Yay.
Halloween party.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Question number 5, and 5 and 7 go together, so I'm going to share mine, then have Brian share a little bit more data about what the graphics mean. These are questions about specifically down to the details about the relation between school funding and poverty, both in Oregon and nationally. I'm going to talk about a national study. Brian's going to talk a little bit more about the model in Oregon, or what we know about in Oregon. So to go with question number 5, there's a paper that's in your packet that Janet found for us, which I can't stop reading because I'm so excited about it. It's a shortened version that's here. There's actually a more scholarly version that's referenced here if you want to really dig into the economics of it. That says it's called Boosting Educational Attainment and Adult Earnings. And I just want to summarize a few of the big learning from this, because it's pretty phenomenal stuff. And the first thing is that ever since I've been an educator, and that's been almost 30 years, I have been told in school and everywhere else I've studied that there is no relation between spending money and the outcomes of kids. And I'm from just across the DC-Maryland line. And so the District of Columbia, where I worked a little bit as a teacher, was always held up as a high-spending district with low performance. And I was told over and over and over, more money doesn't make a difference for kids. This article takes a really critical view about decades of research that have led us all to conclude that more money doesn't equal more achievement. And what the authors found, first of all, is that all of the previous studies that have been done about this question have been flawed in one particular way. And I want to use an example from Oregon to hopefully explain it, and then maybe we can dig into it. I want you to think about focus and priority schools in Oregon. Focus and priority schools are schools that receive extra money. Focus and priority schools are high poverty schools that are not performing well enough. They're in the low rankings in terms of the Oregon School Report Card. And we as a state see those schools and we say, you need to change. Here's some extra money. You're going to get a coach. You're going to get some extra services, some extra focus and plan so that you can improve. And they get extra money and extra resources for a few years. And usually they get better, by the way. And then once they get better, we stop giving them extra money. Think about what that school looks like over, say, a 7-year period. They're getting more money when they're not doing as well. And then once they get to average, we stop giving them extra money. So if you were to ask the question in a 7-year period, does more money equal more achievement? You'd find the opposite. You'd find that actually more money led to less achievement. And that kind of thinking in our country has been true with federal funding and other funding, is when we identify schools and districts that are underperforming, there tend to be programs that pump more money in those schools. And that when they get better, the money stops. What this article said is, well, that's going to throw off your calculation about whether money equals more achievement. The other thing the author said is that most of the studies we've done on achievement have to do with high-stakes test scores. And high-stakes test scores maybe are not the best way to measure students' achievement. So we're going to measure something else like graduation, how many years kids persist in school, or how much money they earn as an adult based on their schooling. And the study looked, instead of looking at all states, they looked at states that did equalization. And luckily we did that in Oregon, so we all lived it. In Oregon, we had low spenders and high spenders. And in equalization, low spenders came up, high spenders came down. Not based on achievement of districts, but just based on how much they were spending. So Oregon and other states that have done equalization have added money to districts or subtracted money based on not achievement, but some other factor. And so this study comprehensively examined the longitudinal, multi-decade experience of what have we learned from equalization. And the conclusions are really different than anything most of us have ever seen before. Namely, that if you spend 10% more money on a district, the kids in that district persist in how long they stay in school by a half a year, which is hugely significant. If we can get everybody going another half a year, that plays out in the outcomes of higher graduation, higher community college completion, higher university completion, and so on. The study also showed that if you give 10% more money to a district, students in poverty outperform that also. So not even targeting the money to particular students, you get that increased benefit. And to me, that was a way. I had to read this paper numerous times, and even the deeper one. If I'm misrepresenting, I've got Janet and Brian as an economist who's going to tell me where I got it wrong. And maybe some of you have read it and have a lot of questions on it. But it runs counter to a narrative that has been my educational career experience. That, well, it's not money, it's all these other things. And of course it's all those other things too. If you spend the money more wisely, of course you get a better bang for the buck. But the notion that money alone has no contributing factor to the outcomes of students in poverty, again, that was one of Tricia's questions earlier, when are we going to get to talk about it? Well, the data actually show that there's a positive effect between spending and outcomes, more so for kids in poverty than the average everyday kid in a school district. So that is one answer in here about that question. I'm going to ask Brian to talk a little bit about Oregon data and what we know about that. But I want to stop for a second and have folks either reflect or push back or add on or whatever. Iris.
No, I'm just going to reflect. I happen to be at a meeting where Jonathan Kozel, and some of you know Jonathan Kozel, you may not agree with some of the things he says, or you may agree with some of the things he said. And he told a story about a dinner party that he was at in New York City. And he says, the folks who were sitting around the table were rather affluent. And he says, and inevitably, when he goes to these dinner parties, the statement comes up. And that statement is, now we all know that money is not an issue with respect to student achievement. Really, do you think pouring more money into these schools is what really is going to make the difference? And he says it happens all the time. And so he said that, so he gets ready for his answer and his response to that. And basically he sort of puts it back on them, and he says, and I'll use Oregon examples. He says, your child goes to Catlin Gate. Your child goes to Oregon Episcopal School. Does that make a difference? And so that becomes the question, because the folks who always ask and say money doesn't make a difference are the ones who are spending money on their kids. And so that's something I think we ought to take into consideration. They spend the money on their kids, but they say of public schools and of other schools, money really isn't the factor that needs to be looked at here. And so I think we should keep that. It just sort of reminded me of his statement and of what he was reiterating back to us about the fact that money does make the difference with respect to, if you target it and focus it correctly, it will make a difference in the outcomes that you get.
There's a hand over here. John.
Peter, I just comment that I really enjoyed the article. I was marking it up with 2 colors and tabbing it, and I'll tell you, with 30 years on the ground, I'll tell you that money matters. Okay, and I never bought that research. We saw, for instance, in Madras High School, which was a focus and priority school a few years ago, when we put that extra support in there, their achievement went through the roof. So money matters. What I was interested in was taking that 10% gain that you talked about, and it talks, I think, in the very next paragraph, that if you have a 22% increase in per pupil spending throughout all 12 school age years for low-income children, it's large enough to eliminate the education gap between the two, so 22%. When I do that in my head, right, we have a quarter weight, so a quarter weight added to 1 base rate is about a 20% increase in funding. To me, that doesn't line up with what I saw, the quote of John Myers, that our weight was too small. Based on this information, it looks like it's at least in the ballpark. And then I'm going to go back to my most fundamental issue, and that is, if you're not pouring enough resources into the top, it doesn't matter how we distribute the money. But it looks like to me, based on this data, this Jackson article, that we're at least in the ballpark on that weight in terms of sufficiency.
So just to, my reading of it is, I might want to go back and reread, is it just says if you added 22% to the top, the poverty gap would close, not if you added it just to students in poverty and the services for them.
I might need to reread it, but
yeah, me too.
I don't dispute that, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we might be digging into it at lunch just to take a look at that question. Was there a hand over here, Tricia?
It was mine, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this, and it's kind of fluffy in my head, sorry. As we're putting together what we want to say about this, I think we have a lot of data, Oregon data, about what starving, providing no resources or diminishing resources to Oregon students creates in terms of student achievement. And also, in the last 20 years, the legislature has shifted from funding K-12 school districts and having school districts decide how to spend that money to starving general appropriations and instead funding pet projects short-term plans, things for this district but not that district, that predictably, as someone said a minute ago, when you give money to a school district, they add adults and technology and books and the things kids need to learn, and they learn. But when you then, they're not a focused school anymore, then what happens? When kids leave Head Start and they come into where they're doing really well, and they come into a starved K-12 district, what happens? So I think I really don't know that anybody really, well, maybe there are some researchers, but for people who are in the field, I can't imagine there are very many who would ever say that money does not matter in achievement, either providing it or taking it away. Both of those things have very predictable outcomes. So I'm hoping our report talks about the differences in how we provide money. You give money to priority and focus schools, their students are going to achieve better in the next couple of years. You take the money away, a couple of years down the road, those kids are going to be in trouble again. And that's an important point for the legislature here, I think.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Just real quickly, the research that Jackson provides, near the end, obviously everybody's correct. And John makes really good points about it, but right near the end, the last paragraph, it says something along the lines of, but our findings confirm that the provision of adequate funding may be critical. Importantly, we also find that how the money is spent matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what has happened over the last 8 or 10 years, particularly in the downturn in our economy, school districts in general, and there are some that are outside of that, and some that do a really good job of it, have gotten a lot better at spending it adequately and spending it in a way that matters. So I have a focused school. Hobbsville Elementary was a 2 on the list. It is now a 4 after 3 years of that kind of money. It's an elementary school with 600 kids. It's about $55,000 that the state gave us. That has made that much difference. It also meant that we had to get better at what we do. That became incumbent upon having somebody show up and say, you need to get better. So we had focus, but we had the resources. The question is, as we just heard, this is the last year of that grant. Now what? If you have children, you ever watch Finding Nemo, and you get to the end of the movie, right, and the fish finally get out of the tank and they land in the ocean and they're bobbing up the ground, the last words of the movies are, now what? And that's kind of where my elementary school is. How do we sustain that kind of stuff? And the reality is, for schools with 600 kids, it was about $50,000. We got really good at spending that kind of money. We're really struggling to figure out how do we do it another way around. That's a concern that I have. Tricia points that out. It is, John's right, money does matter. There's just no other way around it. And that's concerning about how we handle that process. It's a poor school, and our scores really went up because we focused on it. Beyond that, it was healthier, it was happier, Kim seemed more excited about being there. That's a difference.
And then I think the now what is always a constant with those poverty, as opposed to losing and then trying to make sense of your loss as opposed to never had, right? You're talking about privilege, you're talking about access. We all may be at the track meet, at the race, but how we have been prepared for that race makes all the difference in the world. And we report, keep in mind that, when you talk about the idea of poverty and funding formulas, I read the article. It was compelling to me, and it really affirmed my experience and the experience of all the students that I serve within Monroe County, in terms of not just the idea of putting dollars to these schools and students, but also tracking how it's being spent. These are very, very important points to pull out as we have this conversation around form recommendations and concept recommendations, in terms of those who never had, and those who had, now they don't have it. They're trying to make sense, because in urban schools, my experience has been is that I've been on the west side of Portland and on the east side, and I know that there's a real strong mobilization of parents who are well off, who can take time off of work and advocate in the schools, be a part of PTA, be at all the meetings, be on site council, and influence agendas But people who are in impoverished areas don't have the economic base to take time off to allocate for their kids. That's an issue. Just want to put that out there.
Absolutely.
Peter?
Other thoughts on this topic? Yes, Laura.
Yeah, maybe this would be a good time to touch briefly on some of the research that I was hoping to share.
Please do. Absolutely.
Because it does align very well with the Jackson piece. And one of the things that David Berliner in Schools Matter talks about, and this is not new really to some of us, sorry. We've been saying it for a lot of years, is that poverty is the underlying and widening gap with respect to educational achievement for students, and how you measure it does matter, which Jackson's article also says. Let's get away from the test scores as the definition of good and bad schools and good and bad outcomes. And to me, the way my brain organizes it is that there are two issues. One is there anything we can do about poverty itself? I don't mean us, I mean all of us in Oregon. And then, is there anything we can do about ameliorating its effects as it relates to our students in schools? And I think that more narrow focus is more what we can do, because obviously if there were access to better quality jobs for more people in all parts of the state, we'd have fewer families in poverty. And obviously if we had adequate resources to send to the schools already know what works and would be buying lower class sizes and extended school days and tutoring supports for struggling learners and ameliorating the summer slide by having more summer programs and providing student health care needs through school-based health clinics and school nurses. We're the worst in terms of ratios in the whole country in that regard. And all the other kinds of things that research has shown us really does improve the more meaningful metrics of student achievement. And so with respect to our much more limited scope today, bringing that funnel down further, are we sending the right amount of resources relative to the concentration of poverty district by district through our formula? That was the, I think, task of this group to figure out, is the big poverty piece, how it impacts schools, and then are we sending the appropriate proportion of our existing resources to kids? And if that's not the problem, if the problem is the resources going in, that 22% is really where the problem lies, isn't that what our report should be talking about to the legislature? Saying that the resources are still inadequate to meet the demands of an education gap that is widening because of the incidence of poverty and low-income students in Oregon, which are, let's see, 48% of our kids on free and reduced, which we know doesn't even incorporate all of our kids who are learning today. And secondly, half of our kids are born on the Oregon Health Plan in Oregon. That to me says, whether the federal poverty rate is relied on or not, half of our kids are a low enough income situation that that's our at-risk target. And surely the overall resources we're devoting to the state school fund is insufficient to meet their educational needs. To me, that's the theme of our report.
Thank you. I just noticed I skipped over question number 4 about sufficiency. Someone referred to it, but I want to come back to it and say a few words on it. At the last meeting, a number of you, Mike mentioned he was on this, I think Heidi raised it, there's others who are on the group. There was a state school fund task force that considered the Oregon State School Fund. And what was raised at the meeting was that there was a consultant who came and presented to that group, and that he or they, because there were 2 folks, said at that meeting something about the Oregon poverty rate being insufficient. So I called the consultants up. I included their PowerPoint. We're not going to really go through it, but I just wanted to have a foundation for what the heck was that. Got it off the ODE website. And it shows what they talked about. Nothing in the PowerPoint says a word about Oregon's funding weight, but I did call the consultants, and as I mentioned the conversation, there were 3 points that he made over the phone. One, this is John Myers, the lead presenter. One is Oregon, and by the way, every state does this funding thing really differently. My research staff has been looking at California and Washington, Nevada, Maryland, all these other states. A lot of them are not equalized. A lot of them don't have the weight concept. They use categorical funding. It's a real fruit salad approach. But in general, He said that there's states doing better and states doing worse than Oregon. That's super helpful in terms of how much weight they give. You're somewhere in the middle, not necessarily really high or low. He mentioned California and Maryland in particular as states that have recently undergone pretty comprehensive reviews of the sufficiency of their poverty weight, which led to raised weights or more money going out in categorized funding. And sort of to Lori's point, that increased money in those two states either meant redistribution or adding. It depends on the state and the program. There's a mix. And then the last one was, I asked him, did you say at that meeting that our weight was really low as 0.25? And he said, oh yeah, I did. Absolutely. And he basically said, and I'm a consultant, and if Oregon wants to hire me to come in again.
No,
That's not true.
No, that's what he said. He did not say that.
He did not say that. And the committee said we need to continue to look at it.
He didn't? Okay. Well, he said, yeah, and I asked him, well, what?
You were there, weren't you?
Yeah.
Based on what?
What he said research,
Oh.
and he said that the weights in Oregon at 0.25 don't account for the increased needs of a district to serve students in poverty. He said a better weight, I'm just telling you what he said, maybe we should bring him back over from Colorado, would be something more along a 0.8. So I did my due diligence in interviewing him. He's a consultant, so I think if we want an analysis like that, we need to pay for it. But that's certainly what he said on the phone call. So, Mike.
Yeah, and Brian, you provided expert staffing and resources to the committee as well. Weren't all of those meetings recorded?
I don't know if they were recorded or not. That particular one happened in the Capitol, I believe.
Yeah, it was in a hearing.
It was a hearing room.
Yeah, and the only reason that I put it out there is some of the things that were really important that I remember from that conversation is that Oregon's approach to allocating resources seemed reasonable. Okay, that it is an allocation model, not a spending model. I know we sound like broken records here, but it's a really important concept. And that the weight on poverty, the closest I can recall is he said it might seem a little low, but he didn't give any number as to what it should be, and I don't even know if that was a correct interpretation on my part. But we know that given the different levels of weighting, 0.25 is lower than 0.5, which is what ELLs are, or an additional weight that we get for our special ed students. So in the tier of weighting, it's at the lower end in our system. That's a given. And I guess part of our question, right, is should there be a change in that? Again, the task force spent months discussing, taking testimony. We had expert presentations, we had subcommittee work, and we came back with the conclusions that, yeah, we should probably adjust the special education reimbursement, which
for high cost
disability, which was done, and that will benefit all the districts with high cost disability students. But to change any part of the funding formula would require, and one of our recommendations, Brian, correct me if I don't get it exactly right, was a comprehensive assessment and an analysis that would include the members from the task force, so you've got continuity built into this, to look at the entire system, but not just pick one and try to adjust the world with one weight, because it affects the rest.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the task force didn't really have, it was an unfunded endeavor, and so it didn't have the resource to really dig into the formula the way it needs to be. You have to remember that the weights are relative, and so when you talk about changing the weights, what you're really talking about is changing the relative weights. So if you're going to say one of them seems too low, what you're saying is it's too low compared to the other ones, and that means you really have to evaluate all of them at the same time. And we haven't done that, and that task force wasn't really able to do that given the circumstances. And I do know, and this is the way I remember it, so I must be right.
Unless I remember it differently.
Well, John Meyer did not say a particular number that he thought our weight should be at, but he did suggest that maybe ours was too low.
Yeah.
In his estimation, in his opinion. That isn't a substitute for studying it. And it's certainly not a substitute for evaluating all the weights, all the relative weights in the proper context.
And I just to let folks know, I followed up with due diligence, and just wanted to report that. Obviously, other folks were in the room, I wasn't, but I did want to just let you know that that's what I got when I called John. Yes?
Well, that was my clarifying question, because when I'm hearing it, there was a group meeting, and there was a follow-up meeting by phone.
Yep.
And at what point do we trust the due diligence? That's my question.
I'm sorry, trust.
At what point do we trust his due diligence? If he had the interview after the task force meeting and follow up and got some data to bring back into the group, why are we questioning it?
Because it's not accurate.
But it's accurate of what his conversation was.
Right. I'm just reporting what he said. Yeah, and
I'm not questioning what Peter.
I
No,
wasn't
I'm
questioning
questioning Peter's
clarification.
approach.
I think
Thank
he's
you.
maybe characterizing it a little differently than we heard it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just wanted to follow up to let folks know. And I'll just say one more thing, is that Maryland, if you look at their website, their study of their weights is this huge comprehensive effort to sort of do what you folks were saying, is to look at all of it. I mean, there's a whole complex set of things that they've done on it.
There was a report, you can get the report, we didn't bring it
Right.
with us, but
It's
there's a
on the
report
web.
of all that meeting, and it did not say insufficient.
I was just clarifying the question.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
And
it.
that- And Senator Devlin was chair of that committee.
Tricia?
Peter, at the risk of sounding like a broken record with a little bit of a difference at the tail, in our charge, we're supposed to look at how state school fund expenditures, not the weights, but how state school fund expenditures relate to educational achievements of students in poverty. So I would argue that it would be a mistake to get down into how does the poverty weight relate to the ELL weight, and is it a high enough weight? That's not the question. The question is, are state school fund expenditures affecting student achievement of kids in poverty? And if so, how?
And in fact, the charge of the legislation, and I hate to go around and around, and I can't imagine this is that entertaining for the committee, but it actually says the sufficiency of the poverty weight.
It says you may look at that, but our charge is to do this report on the expenditures, and I would argue that the expenditure to Baker School District from the state and federal government and its insufficiency has at least as much impact on students of poverty as how the district spends the poverty weight. So the overall sufficiency that Lori mentioned is how I view what we should be looking at. How does that affect students in poverty? And then how programs that go to those schools, those special schools that are identified, how those affect those kids and how they are affected when they go away. All the expenditures.
Fair enough. And we were also asked to look at the sufficiency of the weight and following up on a question, which is what we're doing right now. Brian, do you want to quickly describe the graphs that you brought and the quality ed model, what it has to say on this topic?
Yeah, I'll do that. First thing I want to do is a little bit about the research about whether money matters. And it all goes back to the Coleman report. That was started in 1966. And if you look at the research even up into the 2000s, the methods used were primarily either cross-state comparisons or within a state cross-district comparisons, or sometimes both those things put together. And the data used were either statewide averages or district-wide averages. And a lot of those studies found no statistically significant impact of higher spending on student achievement, typically measured by test score. But what you know, or what we do know about those kind of studies is there is a lot more variation in both spending and student outcomes within states, within districts, and even within schools than there are across them. And so, as a statistical matter, when you do either cross-state comparisons or cross-district comparisons using averages, you have lost all of that variation in your data set. And using statistical methods, if you don't have variation, you can't say anything. You simply don't find relationships because you're not picking up the variation that exists. More recent studies that take advantage of student level data have been very different. Even some of the work we've done here in Oregon shows, using student level data, that more money does matter. So the new data, the student level data we have, is a game changer in terms of evaluating these questions. So,
thank you.
Having said that, the work that I'm going to show you right now really doesn't bring funding into it quite yet. And I want to start with the table that has the numbers on it rather than the two graphs. This is some work that we've been doing at the department, and this is actually published in the latest Quality Education Commission report. And it's really important to know how to interpret these numbers on this page. What we're trying to do here is understand the factors that are correlated with high school graduation. So our output or outcome variable in this work is whether or not a student graduated from high school. And the version of that was a regular diploma within 4 years. And then we put in a number of variables that may explain factors that influence that. And you can see them all here. The first one is OAK score. In this case, these are third grade reading scores. What we wanted to understand is, does reading in third grade really impact high school graduation? And you can see the other ones. The second one is gender. It's indicated as male. In these kind of statistical models, you put in, if there are two groups, you put one of them in because the second one is the reference group. So this is males compared to females. That's the interpretation. Ethnic groups, for the ethnic groups, white is the reference category. And then we have some other ones. TAG, pregnant and parenting students, limited English proficient, whether or not the student, if they were limited English proficient, whether they exited that status before high school, their 10th grade assessment rate, 10th grade attendance rate. And so the way to interpret these numbers is these are percentages, the percentage amount that it impacts a student's probability of graduating from high school. So for example, on the male one, negative 0.0683, what that says is all else equal, and those are important words, all else equal, males graduate from high school at 6.8% percentage points lower than females. Now, all else equal means they had the same third grade test scores, they had the same attendance rate when they were in 10th grade, they're either both pregnant or they're not, and so forth. So the way I like to think about this is if you have a room full of students who all did similarly, quite similarly, on their third grade reading score, then the variation you're going to see in their high school graduation rates is attributed to these other factors. So for example, Hispanic students actually, if they have the same test scores as white students, they graduate at higher rates. Black students also higher, although that one's not statistically significant. The one we're really interested in is students in poverty. Economically disadvantaged is the label we have on it here. And what we see is all else equal, being in poverty results in an 8.5 percentage point lower graduation rate than if you're not. All else equal. The reason this is important is because it hints at policy responses. So, for example, Hispanic students, we know that they graduate at lower rates than white students, but the fact that this says if they have the same academic success as measured here by third grade reading, then they graduate actually higher than white students. So the policy response for Hispanic students is an academic one. Get their academics up and they will graduate at high rates. For students in poverty, that's not true. Even when their academics are the same as other students, they're still graduating at lower rates, which suggests that there's something other than academics that's getting in their way of graduating. So the policy response for those students has to be more than just academics. Clearly, academics play a role there, but there's something else going on also. So with that background on how to read these numbers, let's look at the graphs. And the first one, let's look at the one with the multiple lines on it. And this is.
Does anyone need a copy of this? Folks in the back, are they on the table? Go ahead, Brian, sorry.
So this is a simulation, and what we did here is take these estimates on the table that we just talked about and say, if we could, and let's talk about the male gap to start with here, because it's the first line above the baseline number. The baseline is the big bold number on the bold line on the bottom. The assumption here is that we put in place programs that can eliminate the difficulty that male students are having relative to females, and the non-academic barriers. If we can eliminate that 10% a year over 10 years, what would their graduation rate look like? And so you see that space between the bold line and that first dashed line, that's the improvement in the overall graduation rate of doing what needs to be done to get boys to graduate, to eliminate those barriers that appear to be associated with being a boy rather than a girl. Similarly for the other pieces here. So let's focus on the poverty one, and that's, if you turn the page over, I've taken out all the other lines to just focus on the poverty line. So the gap here is just the poverty piece. So this is, and I think Lori expressed this really well. There's two ways to fight the education issues around poverty. The first is to try and eliminate poverty. The second is to try to eliminate or compensate for that in the education system so that poverty doesn't result in lower achievement in school. Those kids may still be in poverty, but if you can overcome some of those impacts and get their achievement up, then that's, in essence, break that link between poverty and achievement in school by intervening in various ways. So I think the important piece here is the one I mentioned earlier, is that what do the interventions need to look like? It appears to me, based on the results, is that it's not just academics for kids in poverty, it's other things as well. And trying to understand what those are is the real challenge for us, I think.
Thank you. Questions for Brian? And we're just about we've got a public comment, one person to speak, and then we're going to have lunch, and we'll come back maybe and process this and then move on to the next step. But right before, are there any quick questions for Brian, TJ?
Well, I don't know if this is a quick question.
Okay.
But this is going back to that number 4, especially on, whether or not the 0.25 weight is sufficient or not. It seems to me like that's an objective question, which is relative to unweighted children. How much more do children in poverty, children in ELL, whatever, need to get to some outcome, whether that's reading at grade level, whether that's graduation, whatever.
I think that's a great way to express it.
So
That's
how was
exactly right.
0.25 chosen originally? And it seems to me the research question is, does that 0.25 match up with that objective answer? And if not, what is the right weight?
And maybe there's some others in the room. I mean, the setting of the weights happened back in the early 90s, in the 1991 legislative session. And no, it wasn't. My understanding is that Oregon reviewed the methods used in a lot of other states, and it really based on what they found elsewhere rather than doing basic research in Oregon itself. So, if you go back that far, the kind of data that we had in Oregon didn't lend itself to answering that question very well. I think the data we have now potentially gives us the ability to answer that question.
I seriously doubt if it was 25 years ago, they weren't looking at child level data. So, as you said, the story is completely different when you look at aggregate versus child level data, and you guys have lots of child level data. So it seems like a fairly straightforward research question. The people in this room aren't necessarily the ones equipped to answer that, but...
Well, TJ, my understanding is someone has looked at the formula for 12 years and proposed changes to it. It was actually submitted, Brian, as temporary, and it was a political action. There was a lot of compromise to get Portland schools to buy in. One of the big issues was experience level. Experience level is factored into the formula, and that was to get the Portland School District people who've been around longer than me. John, I don't know if you have any input on that, but it was, and you're right. But every time we try to change it or look at it now, they say you can't do that. You'll produce winners and losers. So it's political. It's my understanding, because I have tried to change it.
So we're going to, allow me to let you conclude, and then we have public testimony, then lunch, and we'll come right back to the discussion where we left off. Brian, one last word?
Aside from the political issues, just simply as a matter of trying to estimate the incremental cost of achieving a given level of some outcome measure for students in poverty, I think we're in a position to do some really informative work in that regard. You're going to get different answers depending on what outcome measure you choose and the kind of approach you take. And so I think it's one of those cases where you need to approach it from a bunch of different angles and see what it tells you. I will tell you a number of years ago, maybe a decade ago now, that in the state of New York, they had some folks from Syracuse University, John Yinger and William Duncombe in particular, who have been doing school funding stuff for a long time and have actually done some work here in Oregon for us at the Quality Education Commission. They looked at New York schools, and their estimate of the poverty weight is that it should be roughly 1.0 in addition to the base weight. So considerably higher than Oregon's weight. Now, obviously, New York is a very different kind of place than Oregon, so it's tough to use work from other states to inform your state, but I think we've got the data in Oregon now to take a real close and sort of real objective and informative look at it.
So one of the things I get confused about, we're talking these numbers just at dollars versus what we're buying for them. And you said eliminate the effects of poverty. What are the interventions that eliminate the effects of poverty? And then what do those cost? And are they the same techniques in an urban area or a rural area? So that's where I get confused. What are we buying with this magic number.
Well,
Ours has got some
just
of it.
real quickly, in what I presented here, what we're trying to buy is high school graduation.
But what are the interventions you're buying that get you to an increase?
That's
That's
$20,000
what I
question.
That's my bill.
Yeah.
That's what I just,
So Iris, and then a minute, facilitators we gotta eat, we'll come right back, but Iris, you
So,
were,
earlier, I didn't have my materials to pass off, and I'm gonna pass these out now. And this is coming out of some work that we did and some interactions that we had with some professors down at UCLA with respect to addressing barriers to learning. And if you take a look at that first page, with respect to the work that they've done, this is Dr. Howard Edelman and Dr. Linda Taylor. They talked about this from the perspective of the barriers that we're all trying to address here. And you see them located down at the bottom with respect to neighborhood, family, school and peers, and internal student factors. And you see how they have said, they've looked at a range of learners, they've looked at those learners who go on track, straight across, no barriers to the desired outcome, and they've said over and over again, if you don't have learning supports as a component with respect to the barriers that a lot of these kids face, you're going to hit a wall that does not allow them to get to those desired outcomes. So when we say, what are they? Just look down at the bottom of the page there. You'll see them. You all recognize them. You've all been in the classrooms with them. And a lot of these things are impacted by poverty. You see neighborhood, you see it, it's there. And so if we are really interested in eliminating the barriers, poverty is a major barrier to getting to that desired outcome with respect to the academic achievement of young people. And so I just wanted to make sure I gave you my, and they go on to say a few more things in the back, and they also actually, I think, well, it's not on this one, it's on another one. But I just want to make sure you have that, so when we talk about what those barriers are, and you see poverty there, and you see family, and you see school and peers, and you see these internal factors, this is what we're trying to address. Poverty being one of the biggest ones, right, in the front of it. So I just want to make sure you have that, so now we have the background to talk about what we're actually focusing on.
and we'll spend a good piece of time this afternoon, as Rep. Wisniewski said, actually that's why he's pushing towards legislation, is to try to identify what works and what doesn't. I'd like to ask Doug Riggs to come up, who signed up for public testimony. Doug, you can just take my seat and just introduce your name and who you represent for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I won't catch whatever you have.
Oh, no, that's actually what you said it represents.
I've already been.
It's just the plague. Come on,
right.
apparently it's not that uncommon in Oregon.
Well, I know that I am what's keeping you from lunch, but I think that the timing of this is really, really good. And I really want to compliment Iris. I know Janet is also on the Youth Development Council, and I see a lot of familiar items below here. And what I would say is, if you look at this great list that Iris has just talked about, it speaks to me to one important factor, in that an awful lot that's in here isn't within the K through 12 school borders. So if you go into a school, there are a few things that a school and a teacher and counselors and an ESD can affect, but there's an awful lot in here that we have to rely on people like the people that Iris works with and the people Janet works with and Dawn to really have an impact on this. So poverty is important, but so are a number of other factors that affect graduation rates and absenteeism. So I'll try to be as brief as I can. What I want to talk about today is briefly a work product that has been almost 2 years in the making. Started out with some discussions back in 2013 between our group and the education folks on long-term care and treatment and the difficulties that kids had in school and graduation rates, which at the time were falling. And so we hosted a major summit here in Salem with over 300 people. We had 5 agency directors, OYA, DHS, ODE, Youth Development Council. Iris came and Brenda came. So we had a bunch of people, lots of sponsors from across the region. And what we were trying to say is, for kids 6 to 21, so kids in school, what supports do they not have? What supports do they need? What are the barriers to them succeeding in education, in healthcare, and housing, and in the workforce? So, great discussion, lots of breakout groups, and that led to really a decision that one of the big issues was absenteeism. And the chronic absenteeism and the failure to graduate as a result was a result of all these factors. So we had Brian Samuels from the University of Chicago come out And he did our next forum and lots of breakout sessions. And we tried to narrow down the discussion on chronic absenteeism. All this is available on the website if you want to take a look at it. So this was the November summit. Again, lots of sponsors, including the OEA Foundation, Oregon Alliance Children's Programs, School-Based Health Network, Care Oregon, a lot of our individual programs. So all of that work went back into the meat grinder. We had a work session with about 75 people in July. Basically, this is what we asked people to fill out at the end of the day. It was a series of efforts to find what are the common ideas and how do you address the kids who were most at risk of being in this failure to graduate, failure to succeed in life. And that has led to the development of a legislative proposal, which I'll pass out. Looks like I've got 3 people on this side. So this is a bill that is being drafted now, which really... Okay, pass that this way and not this way. The bottom line is, I think if you look at what Brian passed out, a lot of these factors are important. But I really think that Iris's list is more comprehensive. And the way you address a lot of these things is by coordinating efforts that are already taking place in a variety of areas, but aren't necessarily coordinated well enough together. And Iris and the Youth Development Council talked about this. And the second thing is, aren't really necessarily funded adequately. I mean, we can talk day in and day out about budgets, but if you look at what happened when the Children and Families Commissions were eliminated, funding went down for programs for 6 to 21, and funding went up for programs 0 to 6. Now, 0 to 6 is fantastic, fully supportive of that. We need to spend more money on that. But if you eliminate the programs for adolescents and kids struggling and kids with high ACEs scores and childhood trauma, you will lose all the benefits by 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. And so that's what we've seen, especially in rural areas. If you go to Hood River County, and I was there a couple of weeks ago, you can talk to Janet Hamada, the next door, and she can list 5 programs that made a difference in kids' lives, including mentoring, that is now not funded. So if you lose those programs that impact kids and their families from age of 8 and 12, 15, and 18, you will see the impact on the schools. And it's nothing against the schools. We have great teachers, we have great administrators. But kids come into a classroom and without the supports necessary. So what this attempts to do is take the trauma model and the understanding and research on childhood trauma and come up with a way to identify through a school system, which you can do, kids who are the most at risk of falling into those categories of absenteeism, not graduating, and then trying to identify what are the supports necessary for that small group of kids or that group of kids within that school district. In this case, we said in school districts that have a school-based health center, because every school-based health center was just granted funding to add mental and behavioral health capacity for that school-based health center. So there are going to be 89 school-based health centers with that mental behavioral capacity. Have a trauma specialist, and Tricia talked about the resource specialists that we used to have in schools that no longer exist. So it's a similar concept. And have that person work with not only within the school, but with the other community partners. Janet's members, public health, CCOs, et cetera, and trying to make sure that we provide the right resources to those kids and that family. It's set up as a pilot project. So if we identified 100 kids, we can say, in the past, 100 kids who met these criteria at the end of 4 years graduated at X rate. We know what those numbers are. From this point on, in the next 4 years, 100 of these kids, what's the increase? This is not rocket science. It's not brand new. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're taking evidence from Christopher Blodgett, national models elsewhere in Minnesota and around the country that we pointed out, and trying to implement something very similar. Community-based, so we're not telling each community what it has to be. We're not telling the school district exactly what they have to do. We're asking for their ideas. But give the school district and the school-based health center and the nonprofits the resources and the tools in their community to do what we already know is effective, which is providing the direct one-on-one supports and leadership, the training for teachers in the classroom to be able to deal with discipline differently, so we don't have kids expelled. If they're expelled, they can't learn. How do we deal with the inherent issues that individual child faces or that individual family faces? So I don't know that this is directly related to exactly what you'll come up from a legislative perspective, but I think it will probably go hand in hand with whatever you're looking at. So we have the House Education Committee very interested in the bill. They will be introducing the bill, and but it's a draft at this point, and we're wide open to ideas. And I want to thank Janet and her members have been great at working on this. But again, the most important point is a lot of these factors need to be addressed to address these kids, and we don't do that just by saying in schools, you need to do all this stuff because they can't. What we need to do is give the schools and the partners in the community the resources to be able to wrap around these services that we know are evidence-based and work around those kids so we can bring those numbers up. So, and over time.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Doug. If you have questions for him, hopefully he'll be staying around with lunch for us.
Yep.
I'd like to get back together at 1:45. Lunch is right here. Thank you very much, Seth, and the rest of the team for providing it. See you all in 33 minutes, hopefully. Yeah.
You know, and I thought you were spot on the session. We are focusing on what's
How you doing?
Thanks so much for attending.
I might say 4 or 5 like this. It's a good summer program, but hey,
But I realized for the people on the phone, I negligently did not ask you to, if you're a work group member, to introduce yourself. So if there's a work group member on the phone, could you please do that? Okay, hearing none. Before we get started out on our little handout, Representative wants to provide some information to the committee.
Thank you, and Vicki was nice enough. Be nice to you. We're close family. If someone has mayonnaise on their mouth, tell them I think that's better than letting them be embarrassed. So we're that family type people. You got mayonnaise all over your face. So that, and go ahead and enjoy your good sandwiches, and thank the office for providing lunch today. They did. Yesterday, I was in district, and I had some meetings in Redmond area that I enjoyed. Mark, I don't know why I had it turned around. I know.
You know who you are.
Yeah. But I ended the day before I drove over last night at the St. Vincent de Paul food pantry in Redmond, Oregon. And what we're talking about here is children in poverty. The food bank tells me that between October the 1st, 2014 to September 30, 2015, they served 17,202 people. We've assisted them in rent, utilities, food, propane, clothing, and household. That includes 6,254 children. Number of households, 5,027. I got reports of how a lot of their clients are living in their home, or they're living out where the golf course and airport area out in Redmond and the fields there. So we have, I just cannot, it blows my mind that as rich a nation as we are, especially Oregon too, of our food, that we continue to have people that are hungry and not having a home, a shelter. And it, thank God we have some pretty good safety net services in Oregon, but we have a lot of nonprofits that really do this. And you couldn't believe how many volunteers were there doing food and giving it out to the people yesterday. But we need good people, volunteers. We need. This sort of bothered me, Scott. They told me that the trail cards for food that they buy, that they know it only provides food for a family for 2 to 3 weeks a month. Wait a minute. If we're going to help them, why aren't we helping them 4 weeks? Why are we saying, giving them that you only got to stretch it, or you're going to have to do about, or you're going to have to find other ways? That's something I've worked in human services committees, and I did not know that it's based upon they're giving enough money to provide the family food for 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't know why the board we came up with that policy. Why not give them enough money? We're going to assist them and get them back on their feet, hopefully give them enough food to do. I made early comments about how I appreciate all the people in the building, the Capitol, helping me with this bill. I had a bill I wanted to run, and a lot of questions, and want to get support of it. You don't get bills done unless you get enough support and votes. So I'm glad we have this work group. Really appreciate Peter's work, and we'll have a good report of everyone's opinion, and then we'll see if we can submit some legislation and work that through the process. I really, Don, your question, my intent is that we know the state is saying this is how much money we're taking out of the school fund for children, students, and families of poverty. We don't know how that's being spent or how much is being spent in direct. And I understand allocation and spending, and I've heard from all my friends in the education community about that. But we got to get a handle on this, and we got to help these children, or we're going to continue to have absentee rates, high absentee rates, and we're going to continue to have low graduation rates. Part of my visits yesterday in Redmond, I met with Dr. Desiree Margot. John, you know Desiree?
Yep.
Has a doctorate in education. She is the principal at M.A. Lynch Elementary School. She's the principal. And I'm going to pass these out so you can read her letter. That's way, and then go this way. She sent me the comments attached to what I'm saying here, and I'm going to read those on the record. She sent them to me on Monday and Wednesday, and I met with her yesterday. She gave me permission to read her comments, and I want to submit them as public testimony and part of the record of this meeting. In my opinion, she has correctly identified the problem of the state school funding for students and families of poverty. She has commented on and recommended the accountability, which was my intent, for House Bill 2968. School districts must spend more of the students and poverty funds on the students for the type of programs that Dr. Margot implemented. Education leaders like Dr. Margot should not have to seek grant money while the state provides over $300 million per budget to provide programs like she has implemented for her students. Dr. Margot reported the schools know what percentage of students are for families in poverty. We talked about that today, that data is there. I also am concerned about the $12 million additional funding, I was talking to Mike back there, provided by House Bill 3499, which should be awarded to keep programs like Dr. Margot has created at Lynch Elementary. In other words, let's keep alive successful programs, not dedicate all the $12 million to low-performing schools. We can find a way to help those most needy students gain the opportunity to succeed, and we'll see our graduates improve. Let's find a transparent, accountable reporting system to ensure that funding is helping.
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
So if you look at the, I had one I thought I highlighted. If you look at the emails from Dr. Margaret, I'm going to start at the bottom on October the 26th, and I'm going to skip most of the stuff where she and I are having some sort of informal conversation there. But if you look in the middle there, for the past 5 years, I've been principal of M.A. Lynch Elementary School in Redmond. You visited my school a number of years ago. My school is a full-service community school. Iris had to leave, but does everyone understand that term, full-service community school? We have an on-site health clinic, Head Start, and also partner with the Deschutes County Health Services for on-site mental health therapy for students. For the past 9 years, we've also had a program, good program, after-school program called the CUB program that serves up to 200 students daily after school, as well as a parent university program that provide essential service support for our families. I'm reaching out to you because I just returned from attending a conference in New York with Iris Bell from ODE. Iris is asking me to attend the community schools practicum put on by the Children's Aid Society. While we were there, I shared with Iris that it's unfortunate that after 9 successful years, my school would no longer be able to provide after-school extended day programming due to the sunset of a variety of grants. I was able to write over the past 9 years. She wrote those grants. The district did not decide to dedicate general funds to ensure that programming would continue. I'm reaching out to you because I know that it takes to close the opportunity gap as principal of the highest poverty school in the region, just under 90%. I know that my students, to succeed, we must first provide equity before we provide equality. For my students, this means more time to learn, extended day opportunities. It also means enrichment opportunities. I know how state funding formula works. The district receives, and I'll go past that. Yet while districts always provide programs for special education students, John may disagree with that, and English language students, there is currently no local accountability for the poverty ADM .25. It comes to districts to help the unique needs of students who live in poverty for whom the state funds are dedicated. For example, it would only take a very small fraction of the poverty ADM my district receives to continue to support our highly successful community school program. She told me it's $25,000 is all she needs to continue those programs. Yet even though my school, just under the 90%, is likely the population that brought the majority of the additional funds to the district, there's no specific dedication of any portion of the funds to the schools or students. I'm advocating for some level of accountability at the local level for the 25.25 poverty ADM. I'm suggesting local districts be required to prepare a report on what strategies the .25 poverty ADM will be used for in order to provide equity and close the opportunity grant. For students who live in poverty. Just this small level of accountability will be helpful and may have been enough to provide the small amount of funds we need to continue the highly effective community school program, which has a record of proving outcomes of closing the opportunity grant for LID students. And let's go back to the last one she sent me. I think it sort of goes the same thing. Thanks for your support. I think there's an easy solution for meeting the needs of, we both mentioned after-school programs and summer programs. I'm a big supporter of this. After-school programs and summer programs for students who live in poverty are critical to closing the achievement opportunity gap. Our Lynch data shows that when students who live in poverty have access to after-school and summer school programs, we can and do close the achievement and opportunity gap for both white and Latina students. Unfortunately, we have had to rely on grants to fund these essential programs. Once the grant is gone, the program is gone. This is why I'm so passionate about the need for local accountability for the state school fund, especially the Poverty .25 admin. If ever a small fraction of the district funds were dedicated to the strategies mentioned above, we would have a substantial resource to ensure the successful programs for them. So I think I wanted to bring that to your attention. I think I've heard that from other people I've met with, and that's, again, the intent of 2968.
Representative, may I ask a question? It seems to me that when she uses the word accountability, because there's all kinds of accountability for use of all district resources, what she really means that she wants to earmark a mandated expenditure, and she's obviously confused the poverty weight as being a mandated expenditure that is somehow not being used as she thinks the district ought to. Has she gone to her school budget committee
Lori,
to make that case?
Yeah, I've just had,
Because it
she,
seems to
I
me
did
she's
not.
trying to legislate her local budget.
I did not approach her. She approached me when she knew I was on this work group. I don't know how she did that or how she found out what was the group. She's just been promoted. She's leaving Lynch, and she's going to be heading up principal of the Hartman Early Learning Center school in the school district in Redmond. Lori, I don't know. She approached me. She sent me this information. I responded that I think I'd like to put that on the record for the meeting. I met with her yesterday and we went over, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, accountability can be all sorts of things, and that's what I think that will work out. I talked to her superintendent, Mike McIntosh. I talked to him last week and yesterday a little bit, and he said he supports. I want to quote him correctly. He said he would support some a report that was a lot narrative. Okay, to define how the money was used, and that was. Go back and check me out, John. But I checked back. I said I can tell the group that you said you would support a report of how the funds were used in a narrative, not dollar for dollar. Okay.
So that's the perfect segue to our work for the afternoon, which is to start, and we have to be just 100% transparent. The key legislative concept that Rep. Wisnant just articulated is why we're here. A number of the other concepts that are on this list that I've provided to you either came from the legislation or came from our discussion at the last meeting. We probably do not have the time, given the intent to really analyze these, to go through all of them, but I did want to record them all for the work group's edification, understanding, and if we continue to meet into the future, we might dig deeper on different of these concepts. So if you look in your packet, under tab 3, I think, there's a grid that looks like this that has the concepts. And the first one we're going to start with is the third one down, which says, require districts report on how they are spending the poverty weight. What I'd like to do is I've got two of my crack researchers, Chrissy and Cheng Fei in the back, who are going to be taking notes. We're also tape recording this so that if we miss something, we can go back and listen to it. We're going to have a facilitated discussion about these different ideas. And across the top of the grid are 5 key questions about each of these concepts, with the most important ones being, in my eyes, but you might feel differently, what's the purpose? What's the unintended outcomes and impacts? And who are the stakeholders and how do we need to engage? Those last 3 seem really, really critical, and we've had a lot of discussion about some of those already. We might have more. Other things we might want to talk about are who do these things affect? And also, how do these expenditure changes or legislative changes address the barriers, disparities, inequities, and causes that we've been talking about and that are reflected in some of the documentation you considered at the last meeting? So, for example, there may be a barrier that we've talked about that you think is really, really important that's not being addressed or is being addressed in one of these concepts and you want to call it out. It is our intent, I want to repeat just one more time because I don't think it can be said enough times. We do not intend to come to consensus, don't expect it. We do expect to record what people say during the meeting. It will all be presented in the report. And there's no need for necessarily back and forth between members of the committee, especially when this is a debate that's extended, that existed before we met today and will go on for a decade after. I think once folks have said it, as a facilitator, if I sense it's just a back and forth, I'm going to call that we've got it. Thank you very much, and we're going to move on. And we've got about 3 hours, and you'll probably need to take a break in there somewhere. Oh, 2 hours. Is it really one? Yeah, sorry, 3 hours, 2 hours. And there's a lot here to cover. But I do want to start with the number one thing Representative Wisniewski led off with, was this idea of reporting. And I do want to note before I give up the floor that I heard two things in the two meetings I've been in. I've heard about reporting on dollars, and I've heard about a narrative that's more generic. So maybe this is really two concepts, or it's a spectrum of concepts, or shades of gray, or something like that. But the net idea is some kind of district reporting about expenditures for anti-poverty programs that may be very narrative or maybe more numeric. And with that, I'm going to stop, see if you have anything else, Representative, to say about that, and then we'll just call on people and have them share. Okay, and Seth's going to dial back in to the
No, again, I think Peter is doing a great job. For some of the people that are here, I'm not trying to insult you or anything, especially for the nonprofits. Realize we're not talking about new money here with the ELL and the poverty. That's coming out of the big pot for state schools. You're taking away money for the students that are regular students.
Welcome to the
just
teleconference
remember, when we
service.
discuss
Please
this,
enter your
it's
access
not new
code,
money.
followed by the pound sign.
We're talking about how we distribute the money in the state fund, and that these
There
children
are
need some
one
extra.
participant on the call, including you.
And as far as, I don't want to force, one of the first kickbacks I got on this, it's another report, even the head, Janet Stevens called it, Gene, why are you doing this? Why are you putting another burden on school districts? And I heard that a lot from Morgan and other people, and my friends from OEA and OSCA. But, and so I'm willing to not say I want a full accountability of every penny. I want to know what schools are doing, just like what Dr. Margot's doing, and what are the outcomes? Is it working? Share successes and failures so we can help the students. So that's, and I don't know, we talk about local control, and remember guys, since Measure 5, you just got your property tax bill, that's only 30% of the cost of education now. When we started off, and we always talk about local control, the state has to pay 70% of that state fund. So, well, look for your input. I told Peter that, hey, disagreement and other, if you got better ideas, fine. I think that we need to have some accountability of this over $300 million per budget. Thank you.
So,
and I'll be quiet.
One thing that didn't get talked about this morning that was left over from last meeting was the role special ed plays, and it's part of the weighted formula. And I heard from Heidi real clearly that she didn't want that messed with because this weighted formula gives her a pot of money to come up with some creative solutions. But siloing special education away from the poverty and the whole education system seems like a real ineffective ways to use money. And somehow, I don't have a creative solution, but I think we really need to talk about special ed because I'm still going with the assumption that there's a higher percentage of special ed kids in the economically disadvantaged group. And that plays. And I don't know how it plays, but I think we really need to make sure that we keep that in the discussion.
Well, I would piggyback on Don's comment in this manner. Students of poverty who are also special ed start deeper in the hole. So I'm not sure that, I think that's the same thing. It's like, we know that we have crossover kids, and the kids from families with crossover problems start deeper in the hole no matter what their designated starting point is. Each one of those drops them down, and it requires more of a lift to bring them to an equal playing field. So it's those multiple designations.
So we did, Don Justino did attempt a little bit of research on that because we've got great special education data in our state based on race and ethnicity. And what we came up again was that any individual student in our system who has that flag checked as being in poverty may have that flag checked because they are, or may because they just happen to be in a school or a district where every kid is checked. So an apples to apples graph of what is the rate of incidence of different special education identification based on poverty, we can't do for Oregon. National data and actually sort of inference from what we can figure out from Oregon is that those two things are tightly coupled for a variety of reasons. Early access to early ed is a big one, and we see that in Oregon, that we see it as a racial change, but we don't see it as sort of an economic change. So as an example, maybe I said this before, but I think it's really fascinating. In Oregon, if you look at K through 12 data, African American and Native American students are much more likely to be identified in special education K-12. They're disproportionately identified as being in SPED. If you look at 0 to 3 or 0 to 5, whites are disproportionately more likely to be identified as early childhood special education. And what that's interpreted by the folks over in early learning is it's access to health care at an early age for more wealthy folks, and race is a proxy sometimes for income, as we saw in one of those graphs. But the actual student level data on that is just not reportable at this point because we don't have it. So the short answer is yes, the two are connected. The longer answer is we don't have the best way to study it kid by kid in Oregon.
Thank you.
So, and how it plays into these, I guess we'll have to take a look at.
Here, I have a quick question.
Yes.
And I want to respect the timeline that we're on.
Oh, you bet. It's okay.
I know we've got a lot of work to do. Just a process question. I'm not sure that it's clear how this document got put together and how the specific wording got chosen on the suggestion side. And I think that's important unless that was completely transparent at the last meeting. I think this document was created after that meeting.
Oh, yeah. No. I wrote it based on my notes, and if there's stuff in here that people have individual questions about, I tried as much as possible to take, if it was worded pretty explicitly, to take what was said. I'll give you an example. The first one, change the data used to calculate district's poverty rate. That was Heidi's proposal. Folks probably remember it. She was the one who raised the question, which turned out to be based on incorrect information. If we give the poverty weight out now by the total population census, could we change the poverty weight so that it's just based on the 5 to 17 census? And her legislative concept was, let's change how the poverty weight is calculated. Then she said how we would do it. We researched it and found out that her assumption was wrong. So I rewrote it to not sort of exactly say what Heidi said, but just generalize it to say change the data that's used to calculate the poverty weight.
No, that's fine. I think you covered it.
And I did follow back up with her on that particular one.
Yeah, I think I would just go back to a comment that Tricia had made about if we go to the specific legislation, there's language there that we need to fulfill. And specifically, the report on how state school fund expenditures relate to the educational achievements of students from families in poverty.
Yep.
That seems to go right back to the representative's email that he read about what are the things that are occurring in the K-12 system that we could attribute to hopefully addressing the achievement gaps of students in poverty.
Right.
But I don't see that on here at all.
Correct. These
I
are
see
the
it broken down into different mandates on how to spend the money, and that will just really cause us to spin for the next hour and 45 minutes.
Yep. And with all due respect, Mike, at the first meeting, actually what we went through in some detail was the first report for the first meeting of the committee. We actually had testimony from every single, many of the people at the group, including the superintendent of your school district, and talked at some length about the barriers that students face, differences between urban and rural, the fact that the 0.25 poverty weight is a revenue, not an expenditure. And in the document that was provided to the group, we articulated what are all the barriers to students in terms of their academic achievement, to what degree are some of these school things and community things. We've heard community people testify. But also in the legislation, this is something that the acting chief education officer is really clear with me about, is he did want to use some of this time to do what the legislation says the work group may do, which is to consider legislative concepts for the next short session. So we're gonna, the first meeting was 7 hours-ish, and this morning was an additional 3. But we are gonna spend a couple of hours looking at some of the ledge concepts that have come up. Because, to be honest, we wanna be able to vet them. We've got all these minds in the room to be able to take a look at some of these ideas before they come forward.
I'm there, just one thing, then I'll leave it. But as a district, I'm gonna have to come up with a report. I'm gonna have to have enough clarity to know where to look for the data, to know if we even have data that we code.
Yep.
Which I'm not sure, but I don't know where to look in the PBAM for that. I do know where to look, it's not there. So if I don't know, there could be 20 legislative concepts, and I still won't know how to produce a report.
Totally. So the point of talking through this is to exactly capture that. And that might be an unintended consequence or impact. The impact might be, well, this report is asking me for data I don't even have, for instance. And we want to record the things that folks are thinking of as they consider these concepts as information to help, maybe design a better one, or maybe suggest why the whole idea is terrible or why it's a great idea. But without kind of talking about it, we can't gather that information.
It just makes no sense to me why we would require a district, every district, to report on their success or failure at meeting a non-mandate. That's nonsense. If you want it to be a funding, a programmatic requirement, an allocation requirement, then make it a program requirement. But until you do, it's only a funding requirement or a funding distribution requirement. And you can't expect people to report that how they did on doing what they weren't required to do. Mm-hmm. And then why single out poverty as opposed to all the other weightings? I mean, if we're going to have this report, then let's have all the reports and see how we're doing.
I hear you.
Can I ask a couple more process questions? I'm sorry, I don't want to bog it down either, but one of them is, I thought I heard, and you might correct me if I heard it wrong, you say at the top of our meeting that it was your intent in the next week when you put together the report to reflect all the conversation, not just those ideas that were held by a majority of the work group. That seems to me to be different from most of the work groups I've participated on over the last 25 years in my work in the legislative stuff. And so that made my little eyebrows go up, because I think it could potentially give a distorted picture to the next legislature of what the most salient conversations were.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second thing is just a substantive piece. Under state school fund, I heard a lot of talk by all of us to say that one of the things that whether we can correct or fix this problem or not was truly underlying the ability of students in poverty to succeed is the overall sufficiency of the state school fund itself. So under that state school fund, I think you at least need to include a third suggestion, which is to substantially increase the level of overall resources to the K-12 system so that they can optimally serve all their students. Whether or not we can actually recommend that or not, it should at least be a part of our conversation that you've captured, because we've certainly talked about it in both meetings.
I couldn't agree more. I've added that just in my handwritten notes, and we'll come back up to state school fund questions. And I just want to point out that the article that we were able to produce, again, thanking Janet for that, was the clearest research I've ever seen around that question, so we will definitely come back to it. Yes, Morgan.
Thanks, Peter. So, well, I appreciate Representative Wisnet mentioned the idea of a more narrative report, because him and I have talked about this idea a lot. And I'm not there yet on a narrative report, but I think it's a reflection that we're having a good process here. Just a couple things I wanted to point out on the idea of reporting. I believe equity is not about equal spending, but it's about trying to get equal outcomes. So I obviously support, you got to spend more on ELL, special ed, poverty, achievement gaps to get equal outcomes. So don't confuse what I'm saying here. But the challenge for school districts is really on a technical side. So we identify English language learners and special education students, and we track those kids. We know who they are. You can walk into any school and you can identify who has an IEP, who is in an English language learner program. We do not do that for students in poverty or students for free and reduced lunch. In fact, we're not allowed to. And so you walk into a class, so we do generally understand and know which schools or communities have higher levels of poverty. We know that one school has a higher rate of free and reduced lunch versus another. So the challenge on the ELL, on the poverty spending is, how do you determine, so if a school district is directing additional resources to, let's say they have two elementary schools, one has a free and reduced population of 25% and one has one of 60%, and they direct additional resources to the school with 60%. Well, how do you determine how that's helping kids in poverty? Because number one, we don't know specifically who they are, and I would argue that if you invest additional resources into a school to reduce class sizes, for example, to provide more programs, or you invest resources to provide summer programs for all students in that school, that benefits both students in poverty and students who are not in poverty. So how do you delineate how that spending is benefiting specifically the kids in poverty? Again, we don't know specifically who they are versus who they aren't. And so I think that's one of the challenges. So the idea of a narrative, I think, is more in the right direction, but I still think there are some challenges in trying to articulate how specific, one quarter weight is impacting your students in poverty in your entire district. And so that's one of the reasons I've been reluctant on the idea of reporting.
Peter, on the notion of the narrative, and Representative Wisnet and I have had many conversations about tracking of expenditures, and I think I could accept the narrative approach on really two things pop to mind, and that is, one, that it be for a 3-year period, and that somebody look at them, so that during that 3-year period, the results of the narratives are studied to see if there are, common themes in best practices, successful practices, and those practices that don't work. So that we're not just sending it to ODE to go on a shelf or on a server to check a box, as some other reports that we complete are handled. And so to me, it would be something with a sunset, and then something that there was a charge to actually look at the results of those reports.
Okay.
Yes, Jan.
I agree. I think it's with some of the comments about the data. I don't think you can make change without data, but you also can't ask people to be responsible for producing something that they weren't responsible to produce for the period that they're supposed to speak to. And I think that's one of the traps we have. It hasn't been happening, so it would be difficult to go back and try and produce data when the expectation wasn't there. But it could be there going forward. I think that's part of the accountability of how to identify what the movement is. Like the emails back and forth. It's great to be able to see some data points in there and know exactly what the outcomes were. It'd be nice if we could link those to whether or not those kids were finishing school or graduating. I mean, you can see, we see a lot of community impact from those kinds of initiatives. Anyway, and then in terms of the process, I think so my big confession is I'm not a social worker. My degree is in education, so I have a lot of heart for this. But sometimes what happens in my organization is we get stuck in process, and I think there has to be a certain amount of it, and part of the conversation in the process has to be about barriers. But I think when we lead with barriers too soon, then we get away from the opportunities and the ideas and the initiative. So I would love a conversation that would be about change and future and opportunities, and not so much yet about where the barriers are. That would at least allow us to get a little bit further down the road before we start addressing what the actual challenges would be. And then one other piece, the concept that isn't on here, and I don't know if you would consider it as a fit or not, but I think Dawn and I have responsibilities here. I think you need physical health, and you need education, you need behavioral health, you need communities who are addressing poverty with new and unique strategies to come together to work as a community effort. That you can't put all of it in, a waiting for a child in a particular school district that has some community characteristics. So, and we know from the data and the information that we handed out to everybody this morning that that these kids will tank any education reform they start. And we know that they'll tank the healthcare reform too, because they're going to become the chronically ill adults. They're the kids who have the frozen brains from trauma, and poverty is trauma, to be able to move forward in education, get to high school graduation. So we would like to be part of solution conversations as well.
Thank you. Iris.
Getting a bit to that point about the solutions, I think that one of the things that we're struggling with as a group, but also coming from some places in the advocacy community, is being able to help in districts and schools where they're struggling to find the right solutions for helping these students achieve. And at our last meeting, we heard from one district in Southern Oregon that presented to us their strategy, their solution. But a lot of the other conversations were about the barriers and the challenges. And to Janet's point, we're getting stuck in that. And I think that the reporting mechanism gives us both the ability to share the things that we know are working in a better way, raise those up, help districts and schools that are feeling challenged, experiencing those barriers. But it also helps us from the perspective of funders of something to have a better understanding of what are we doing. And so whether it's, to Morgan's point, if we don't have the information in the right way now, can we get to a point that we can do that? And in the interim, is there something like the narrative report that can help us along the way to both help other districts, to help ourselves better understand all of this? So I don't think that this is like all or nothing. But we really owe it to the kids that we're talking about to raise up these solutions and get them spread out across more places, because we've been giving this money for a very long time and really hoping for improved outcomes, and we're getting there really slowly. So we need to kind of speed this up for the sake of the kids.
So I appreciate your comment. The flip side of that conversation is that and I think Representative said it earlier, there is no new money. So when we talk about the barriers, I think some of the needs from the school district perspective is, I've been in these meetings before. We have a really great idea. We have a starting point. We end up with a conversation. And at the end of the day, there's not enough money, as we continue to say over and over again, to solve that problem. But the process has moved. We readjust the numbers. And if it's for the kids, my kids in this situation, if we adjust that, they're going to lose. I will get less money. So I appreciate the conversation. I'm all in on the conversation. I really am. I'm fascinated by the idea of making adjustments, because I have poor kids as well. It's just that Mike's district has more poor kids, and that money will shift to him. Okay? So if Representative's right, and there is no additional money, right? It's like deck chairs on a boat. We're just rearranging. My corner will get less.
I'm not proposing changing that.
I understand that, but you're saying, right, let's talk about the processes and look for new ideas. I'm all in. But the reason why we continue to talk about the barriers is that over and over and over again, districts get left with those barriers. Because the only way to solve it, and Morgan said it earlier, is put more money to the process. Now, representatives here are trying to figure it out so we can have a really good conversation. I think a lot of districts are fascinated by that. That many, many districts are not interested in trying to figure out how to reshuffle those deck chairs so that I have to do more with less. Because I've got poor kids too. So I've got to figure out what to do. And if we rearrange this money and I get less, I'm suddenly serving poor kids with less dollars. I don't think that's what the intent is. But at the end of the day, we're like, well, we really talked about it. We came up with some great ideas. We just didn't have the money. There's the hook at the end of the day.
And in the meantime, we're asking schools to do a report that adds to the cost. Really, it takes away from the big pot, because that's more indirect expense, because somebody's got to generate that report, somebody's got to gather that data, somebody's got to put that together. So if we're not giving schools the funding that they need to do the job, and then we're asking them to jump over one more hoop of, by the way, do some reporting that goes back to the state in this format, in this way, in this timeline, then you're really increasing the burden without increasing the help.
So I'm in, but I'm back to the idea of ideas. I'm in. I'm listening. I'm curious. I want to partner. I want to get connected. I want to do all those things. I really am. But I don't want to get to the end and get all the way to the goal line and have it yanked out from underneath me. I don't. We've done this too many times. I'm looking at Betty. We don't know each other, but I know that Baker and Cascade look a lot alike, size-wise. There's going to be a cost, even for a narrative report, to figure out who's going to do it, how we're going to put it together, what's going to go on. I'll do it, because I really am curious to know. Why wouldn't I want to know if we're not effectively taking care of our poverty kids? I would want to know that. But at what expense? That's always the trade-off, right? That's what I'm in. So I appreciate the comment. I really do. I'm in. I just want to know about how it is we're going to finish the other part.
Other thoughts about reporting? And if you're on this side of the table, you may have to wave because I don't. Okay.
Well, I certainly am a proponent of reporting when you look at the systemic challenges that have really impacted our students of color, students in poverty, with a particular model. And I think what's valuable is what we've seen in the past several years is really seeing more of that school community partnership rise to the top, to look at other types of opportunities to really kind of create some of those solutions to those barriers. I think oftentimes my experience has been sometimes districts try to self-solve the problem, not engage community partners that provide asset and resources perspective that may cause a reallocation of dollars because they tried it for so long and it has not been successful moving the dial. Whereas you have community partners at the table who can provide asset and perspective that in fact moves the dial. And then becomes a conversation, well, we can't hire more teachers. But the community partnership is moving the dial.
Which also speaks to the concern that I have not about reporting, about some of the others of these where we would have state-directed expenditures, where the state would determine how districts could spend the poverty weight. If the state decides that, then these kinds of partnerships that Mark is talking about would have yet another barrier to addressing the needs of their kids.
And just as a process note, let me let you know, because folks are answering different ones, and that's fine with me. So I answered, for instance, on Tricia's, she went down to that categories of funding, and I put down her comments in there. So it's fine to bop around a little bit because they are kind of connected, which is totally cool. So go ahead, Tricia, I'm sorry. Or no, someone else is going to speak and I interrupted.
I think there's just an opportunity around this idea of a loose, tight relationship. And we talk about it in education with regard to curriculum and how it is we evaluate teachers when they teach, right? So there's a concept you want a third grade teacher to teach, but every teacher does it a little bit differently. So you want the concept taught, but how they do it might be a little bit of a loose, tight conversation. Maybe that's what this needs, where there's a tight conversation about a report that says this is how we take care of the money, but the loose piece of it is that Baker or Cascade might just do it completely differently. Representative, you said earlier, we saw huge gains when we did the summer program, after school program. I mean, I'm an idiot if I don't jump back on that and figure out a way to continue to monopolize and capitalize on that piece of it, right? I'm an idiot if I don't connect with the city of Almsville to figure out a way to do summer programs and have our community, one of the only community people that we can do, but we have somebody to help us in. But that might look a lot different, I'm sure it will, 12 miles away where Mike works in Salem Kaiser. They do it much differently. And their population density is the same as the Baker. I wonder if there's a loose, tight way to make that happen.
Just one comment, one of the things, and I think this is for longer than this work group, but when we have these conversations about that, I think we have part of the right people here today. We have the school systems and the community partners and providers and things like that. But I always feel like what's missing is you sort of like for lack of a better term, like DHS and human services. And I feel like a lot of it gets dumped on the community partners and the schools to sort of solve the problems of poverty. And that's not our primary role. Our primary role is to provide education to kids. But what's happened over the last 10 to 20 years as we've had more students in poverty, we keep getting asked to do more and more things, and I feel like there's a human service component to this that's missing. And I don't think they're purposely excluding themselves, but it feels like we're putting too much, or not too much, but the focus is on, well, what are schools doing to address poverty? And what are our community partners doing to address poverty? And I think it needs to be broader than that. So I feel like if we do this kind of stuff in the future or continue beyond this, that we have to broaden that conversation. It's a missing element.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I'm going to need some help if we do continue with getting folks here. We did have DHS invited and confirmed, and OHA invited and confirmed, and they're not here. But we did put a promising practice about coordination, K-12 and DHS, and somebody mentioned at the last meeting educational neglect, and that's not followed up on by DHS. And as a principal, that was really confounding. Like, that seems to be a really easy way to work together, and it wasn't working. And so that came up as an issue, but I totally appreciate the comment and maybe ways to
Thanks
make
for inviting. I didn't know they're invited, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, they were, but
And I put it on the record, it's disappointing they're not here. I don't think that speaks very well.
yeah, I mean, we need to be more welcoming, more specific with it.
Yeah, I think since I've been in this business, there used to be the schools were exactly what Morgan said. We're supposed to educate, these other people are supposed to do that. But guys, the governor, the last two governors, I think Governor Brown too, we're now saying we've got the CCOs, and like John is in charge of the CCO, and
It's a little bit of an overstatement.
So, the schools are getting more and more involved in the social needs of these people. And these are the children we're talking about are the ones that have most of those social needs. I'm a big advocate of what Dr. Margot was saying about the school communities, where I always say that the children, you got to feed them first. You got to be sure they're healthy before they're going to learn. And if we don't have these kids that are living in camps, in Sun River, we have a high poverty rate at Three Rivers because the service people that are doing all the work at the resorts, they're living out in the campgrounds and low-cost housing around, and so we have to feed them, we have to have health care for them, and then they'll learn. You can't learn first if you're hungry, and that's why I think the program that Dr. Margot said, have an after-school program. It's called daycare, but people can't afford daycare. If we have an after-school program, they're going to get another meal. They're going to get a snack or something before they go home, which they may not get at home because we're food stamps are only 2 to 3 weeks. So I see what you're saying, Morgan, and I think schools, they used to not want to, we're saying we're supposed to educate, but it's getting more and more difficult to say that because we have, and now we have it in Oregon, the early learning centers for the that are bringing all the health and all this stuff together. $50 million, I think I've said this before, but for $50 million, the nursing lobby told me that we can put a school nurse in every elementary school in Oregon, because some of them have them. But if you had $50 million out of that $300 million, we could have a school nurse in every school district. And I'm a big supporter of school-based health clinics. Where's Dove is still here. And John and I on this, on another committee, what were we on, the ESD or something committee, and we were going to, the federal government reimburses school-based health clinics. They don't reimburse school nurses. So we were going to say, we don't have school nurses, they're called school-based health offices or nurses.
Even if it's a broom closet, right?
Yeah.
No, you only put servers there. Sorry.
So folks, just to, Prasa?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I wanted to add with the concept of reporting, I really see the value in that, in adding transparency. And then on the note that you brought up about including human services into that, what if it was a joint report created with the school district and local partners that help contribute either through housing, through mental health, through wellness? That would be really interesting to see the streams of funding and how they're used to help students and families in poverty be successful. That could be something really fascinating to see the trends either on the local or the regional level. We can learn from those trends and continue to review them to say, this is working in this region, this strategy isn't working there, how are we strategically investing our resources so that students are getting a high quality education and they're getting all of their needs met? I think that could be a way to lift the burden on districts on just doing all the reporting themselves, but maybe it could be a joint opportunity there.
Janet from the audience?
I think we have to remember, and Darren said he was the middle-sized district, and Darren's fairly urban. There's a lot of districts in Oregon that don't have communities, don't have community partners, and that have very small numbers of students and staff. So you're asking them to do exactly the same thing. Beware of that.
That's
The
right.
rural poverty is really different. They don't have community partners.
I'm urban, thanks for saying that. I'm gonna go back and tell people.
You know you are, Darren. You know I think of you as urban.
You think, really? There's 3 fields out there today. You should have seen the stuff they were
I
spreading
know,
out over
but
the
you're
field.
so close to Mike's district.
Lori?
I just want to remind everybody of what we've already heard about the inability to identify individual students in districts who are in poverty for very important, sensitive reasons. And so I'm still going back to all the things that were said before so we can build on that and not forget it. So if we don't have that fundamental data, as much as we'd all like to have the kinds of information you dream of, how do you get past that really fundamental barrier?
Yes. Do you want to step up so folks can hear you?
Yeah, hi. Susan Stoltenberg with Impact Northwest from a very urban area in Portland. But there is another group besides, I want to really affirm that folks must know that we have an active community school program. But the community schools are funded a little bit in, depending on what county you're in. By there are federal funds, there are state funds, we all scramble to get those funds. But the group that, when you say there is no community in a small community, most of our teachers are parents. Most of our food programs, like food programs on Fridays, are faith communities. And to my knowledge, every community has both of those. So the seed money that pays the person part-time or full-time, I don't know how they do it on $25,000 in that letter, that's amazing, is more of a navigator and a community organizer really than it is a service provider. And I have served in Klamath, and maybe you consider that urban too, but city. And it has community organizations. But I don't want to forget the community institutions, the Rotaries, the local businesses, that we at the schools, that a good community school will engage every aspect of the community. And it doesn't have to be a nonprofit organization, and especially don't omit the faith communities, who often are seeking a connection to issues of poverty and marginalization.
Thanks. So just to focus the group on this category, there were 3 or 4 different things that were brought up about accountability and reporting. The first one we've talked quite a lot about, which is the report, either a narrative or quantitative, and we've heard some concerns and good ideas and pluses and minuses for that. There was a second thing which someone at the last committee said, what about outcomes? And so that was considered, I put as, and again to Mike's question, I'm not sure this is exactly how the person said it, but they said something like, can we look at outcomes? So I said, consider outcomes as part of the state funding and or accountability. I just want to see if there's comments on that. I'm not sure if that individual is here today, who was here at the last meeting. I don't remember who said it. I did hear someone say loose tight. I don't know if that's like an outcomes, like tight on outcomes, loose on process, if that what was meant. And then the third thing that was suggested at the last meeting in terms of accountability is defining where money can be spent. And I did hear a couple of people say state mandates can reduce flexibility. And then I heard Rep. Wisniewski saying, well, school-based health clinics might be a category of spending. So I just want to see if there's other thoughts folks have about reporting, about any kind of outcomes-related funding. Does that resonate with anybody here? Maybe we could hear more about it. And then anything about categorical funding, plus or minus. Tricia, and then Mike.
On reporting,
It says, it seems to be suggesting reporting expenditures directly tied to students navigating poverty. Trying to think which programs those might be. Students in poverty need counseling services, but a counselor supports all students. Would a school district put a counselor on that report? The Title I, or the focus and priority schools, is poverty, has poverty at its basis, but all children who are struggling in school get to participate in those programs. So would that be a poverty program? I think the problem with the idea of reporting is, how would you know what to report? How would you report anything as specifically tied to children in poverty unless those are services that are not provided to other children, and I'm not aware of any. So I'm not sure what we would be reporting.
How about dual immersion?
Again, whether or not a child is poor, the program may be offered to kids who are not poor. So I'm not sure how a district would report, what they would report.
A lot of children that are in ELL are also in poverty.
Yes. A lot of children in Crook County are in poverty. They're, but will the services to bring kids up academically, would reporting it in, I'm wondering if we instituted something like that, would that cause districts to think in their budgeting process, are they going to rejigger what they do or how they talk about what they do? And so I'm not sure reporting to an overburdened Department of Education will actually produce tangible results for children. That's my idea about that.
Got it.
And in considering outcomes, again, if you're not sure how to identify the kid and how to identify a program that went specifically to the poverty of the kid, how can you identify outcomes that are a result of those programs? And then when you define categories of programs where poverty weights must be spent, I think Mark offered some really good opportunities and reasons why that's not necessarily a good idea. We've heard in every meeting about the difference in area, in demographic, the differences in kids in poverty, and the different experiences they have. And Janet and Doug offered some other really insightful things, as well as Iris, about things we should be thinking of. Perhaps poverty is just an easy, lazy way of looking at this, and what we should be dealing with are the specific problems that may exist for kids in poverty. Some kids in poverty. I grew up really, really poor and graduated. So all kids in poverty aren't failures. There's something different or more than that. So I don't think this will get us anywhere to any of these three suggestions will get kids better educational outcomes.
Thank you. Mike, did you want to jump in on that?
I just had one thing I wanted to say. I think just to back us way higher is we are throwing around the terms poverty and free and reduced lunch sort of interchangeably, and they're two different things. And I think so it's important, whatever we come up with, that we define the term, because we have whatever 24% of our children in Oregon live in poverty, but 54% of the students that attend our K-12 are eligible for free and reduced lunch, and so that's a huge difference. So we need to make sure that we want to make sure whether we want to do one or the other. One is more inclusive, one is less inclusive. Make sure that we're sort of knowing who we're talking about, because that's a 140,000 kid difference. That, so if you do the free and reduced, you're talking about whatever 275,000 kids versus 135 if you're talking about poverty.
One note, I just want to note about that. I did get a question after the last meeting. Someone asked me, how can that be true? And yet the Oregon Department of Ed releases a school report card, and for every school it says, how are the economically disadvantaged students doing? And the fact is that that's a really imperfect measure. It's on the school report card, but in some, like Umatilla as an example, every kid is on that. So that the economically disadvantaged score in Umatilla is the same as all kids. That's just another example of, and I don't think I can point out enough, I've heard from a couple people in the audience, make sure they know that. Free and reduced is about lunch. That's what it's about. So that's the data we have. And we don't use it because it's secret, because it's about lunch.
But the important thing is that quarter
It's
weight.
different.
That quarter weight is based on poverty,
Not lunch.
not free and reduced lunch.
Right, thank you. Mike?
Right, thanks. So, first of all, these are great conversations. If I go back to this document and the bill, it seems to me that we're required to produce a report, right?
This group, yes.
Yeah, okay. Whether it has the value, it's not an organic process, not like we all came together and said we need a report. I get that. So, but given the fact that there are legitimate questions that have been asked and continue to be asked, I think to help support that process, if we were to use the language specifically out of the bill, recognize that we don't have the data. We cannot pull the numbers. I can't tell you where the money goes because there's no accounting for it in the system. End of story. I can't generate the numbers on how they're spent related to the poverty kids for all of the reasons that we talked about. It cannot be done today, and it won't be done in 2 weeks. So if we could just be clear on that, it cannot happen. And there are, if we really did want it to happen, we'd have to go talk to the feds, and we could do that, but not in 2 weeks. So having said that, it seems as though there might be some, I wouldn't say consensus, but at least resignation that we have to do this, and a narrative report would be better than nothing at all, because nothing doesn't seem to be an option. We already know what we're doing in our districts. We know what is moving the dial and what isn't. We know what investments make sense. We go through this every week. We have data teams. Every month, every year, we build budgets. If what we're really asking ourselves is, can we identify, as John said, some areas that we know are worth investing in? Let ODE do the analysis. Brian, I'm not trying to give you more work. Let ODE do the analysis for a period of time so that we'll have something that says, you know, we think these 10 things or 3 things might work. They worked here and they worked here. They may not work in Baker, but they might. Who knows? Where Baker's got the exemplars. We speak that language. We know how to do those things. I think it would meet the intent, at least begin the conversation and move it forward, I'm hoping. Outcomes, I would say, so Peter, I'm kind of changing the language on this document a little bit.
It's all good.
If you just let me
Yeah, no
go for
problem.
another 2 minutes.
No, it's good.
The task force, we said, so let's pull together, please, let's get the legislature to fund a comprehensive study. And we could look at equity from a number of perspectives, because as Brian said, this whole system got put into place with the Measure 5. That was a long time ago. I mean, and it wasn't like we had years to pull this together, as Ozzy could tell you, and probably already has. So, TJ, to your question, is 0.25 enough? We don't know. Some people say it's not. There's evidence out there now that says it might not be. And what we're saying is, it might not be. We don't know. But even if it isn't enough, we don't have the money in the system. And until that happens, we would just be, as Darren said, reshuffling the deck chairs. Which I will tell you, at the district level, when you take away at least some level of predictability and stability of our funding, we just set education back years in each of those districts. So if you really want to focus on how to move the dial, let's keep things as stable and predictable as possible and make the right changes together. Having said that, so How about a possible legislative concept that says, please follow some of the recommendation from the Task Force on School Funding to fund a study? That would be great.
Got it.
I'm just throwing that out there. And then the last defined categories of programs where poverty weight must be spent, I would prefer that that get taken off the document altogether.
Yeah, here,
Because I don't know that it's in the legislation at all. And from the conversation I had with my superintendent, she doesn't even remember having that conversation. So that would be my recommendation on that specific one.
Repeat that, I'm sorry, I missed it.
The defined categories of programs where poverty weight must be spent. It's not in the legislation.
Yeah, what came up at the meeting was something like textbook adoption, that there might be a list of a certain number of activities that was broad enough to sort of account for the individual differences. So it was a way to obviate the need to report, but still bring up the conversation of good practices in districts.
I think the reporting piece, as John had said, would get you there. I mean, those are some of the things that, again, if we would have started with that, well, we could have brought in the list, quite frankly, the superintendents.
Sure, yeah.
And we can tell you what we're doing. So that's how I would handle the report for the group, since we have an hour left. And the recommendation to fund a comprehensive study, it's time. And lots of people will be involved, and you take months and months and months to get to where you need to be with the recommendation. And then no categorical spending. You really want to create disincentives and instability in the K-12 system, which is fairly fragile. That's one way to do it.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, I want to just talk a little bit about this idea of trying to gather data on how districts spend money for students in poverty. And I actually think it can't be done. And the reason I say that is I think, at least I hope, that in our schools that teachers and administrators evaluate what kids need and they serve them in the best way they can. And if they have a group of students who need help in a particular way, they're not saying to themselves, well, these kids are in poverty and these kids over here are not, and so we're gonna serve them differently. And you know, in most cases, or at least in some cases, they don't even know that. And and maybe it was Morgan who said it, that, you know, ELL and special ed are categories that are very different than poverty. You know, the reason we have a poverty weight is that at the school level, you know, if you have a lot of kids in poverty, the evidence shows that you'll have more kids who need more help, and it costs more to do that. It doesn't say that there are very specific ways to provide programs for kids in poverty that are very different than for kids who are not in poverty but still need extra help. And so this idea of trying to collect data on something that can't really be defined very well, I think is a mistake for two reasons. It's the data we're going to get from districts will involve a fair amount of guesswork. So it's not going to be very good. It's not going to be usable in a way that we have much confidence in. And it's also, I mean, it's going to be a burden on the districts. But it also, I think, potentially causes districts and schools to think about those kids in a different way that is not good. To say, well, you know, a student who needs this kind of help, if they're in poverty, then we're going to put them in this program, and if they're not in poverty, we're not going to put them in this program. I don't think the schools think that way. They serve kids with needs, and they may know that, well, you know, this kid, I know about this kid's home life, and it's, you know, they don't have much money, and that's, you know, maybe part of the reason why they're struggling. But if a kid is not in poverty and struggling, they're not going to say, you don't get to be part of the program because you don't need it. They serve kids. They don't serve kids who are this kind of kid or that kind of kid. they serve kids based on their needs. But I guess my primary point is about the data. I think it's a fool's errand to try and collect this data. I just think it can't be done in a reasonable way. And it's going to be inaccurate and probably very inaccurate and therefore unusable.
Peter, I'm sorry, you have somebody to go to, go ahead.
Do you want to follow up on that?
Yes.
I saw you at the same
Yeah.
time, so go first.
Well,
Go
so
ahead.
what I want to say is, as I listen to this discussion around the table, I wonder how many people around this table have filled out an district IndaStar report. You know, Darren, you've probably been involved in that. Anybody else? So one of the requirements that we have from the state of Oregon is that we're all moving toward, those of us who've been involved with Title I programs have been doing this for a while, a very comprehensive, I mean, I want to say how many points, 34, 40 some points, where we have to put in specific narrative information and numerical data where we can about what we're doing as schools to address different areas. This might be a very great place to marry what the committee would like to hear. Maybe we tweak one of those questions to get at, you know, how much does your district receive for a poverty fund, and what are the things that you think you're doing that are coming to the table to address those needs in a generic way that wouldn't have to identify students, but maybe maybe we could embed it into that. But because believe me, I pulled in a group of 8 administrative partners, and it took us 3 days of half-day sessions to walk through, bring our data, look at that, plug it in, make sense, really make it a meaningful experience so that what we were reporting really accurately reflected what the district was doing. It is a complex report. And so, that if you see me shudder when somebody says, do one more report, that's why. We're already doing really quite a little bit of heavy lifting with reporting. So maybe we could just tweak a question or embed a question into something that we're currently asked to do. That then, if the legislators wanted to, they could pull that question out and say, okay, let's look at how districts are answering this question. Maybe we could do it that way.
TJ.
It seems like there's 2 ways of doing, look at the programs. One is a census and one is a sample. So to require every district to report is a census. That to me seems like you're putting in a lot of work to get a small or more limited amount of information. Alternatively, you could say we're going to look at X number of districts and more in depth with their cooperation, look at what programs they do, and then look at whether or not those programs are effective in terms of how do they choose which kids are going into these programs. Is it casting a wide net or not? Is it after school, is it summer, or is it something totally different? And then you look at that sample, that subset of districts, and you're also ensuring that it's not a report sitting on a shelf because it's an actual process that everyone is participating in and has a specific thing that you're trying to look for, rather than having everyone submit information that may or may not be useful. So rather than saying every district is going to have to report on this and doing it in the way of a census, you either through self-selection, or you say there's no money, but maybe through money, have some sort of staff time on both sides that are doing a much more in-depth process.
Curious, we just had 2 novel solutions. One is piggybacking on existing reporting mechanisms, maybe tweak it, and then sample versus census. I'm just, any response to those 2? Because those are brand new. Lauren?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is our goal to figure out what best practices are that are working in districts to help kids with the barriers that poverty presents educationally? Or is it to simply follow some sort of sense of where money goes for, that we're going to drive all kinds of analysis, whether sound or unsound, about? I'm trying to figure out what it is we're asking.
Well, I'll ask the generator of the legislation.
And what purpose we're using it for.
I mean, I know why. I have a personal answer, but I'm not sure. I defer to representative why we would do that reporting.
Graduation rates, I think there's a direct connection between students in poverty, ELL students, and the graduation rate. We're being judged on that.
So you're saying, so it's the former then? what strategies are those districts employing with respect to their students who are identified as being somehow?
I think, like Dr. Margaret said, she's having success with her kids. I'm assuming she's saying that that's absentee, that they're there in school, they're learning, they're progressing towards graduation, because she's elementary school. I think there's been some good comments, and that's what we're here to do, is Peter keeps saying we're not going to get a consensus if we draft a bill to report. And even he's on the report, he's saying it's not going to be a consensus report, but here's some of the things. Because the committee you're on, John, how many times did you guys meet? It was a year, at least a year.
Task force board in
About a year that you guys met on that one. And the suggestion was that we have these problems, we need to study them. That was it. There was no action taken except with the
high cost disability.
Special ed. We played around with the changing. That was on the ESDs. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a legislator, and the one thing that we have to do is have a balanced budget, and we want to adequately fund everything, including K-12, the state school funding. And I'm sorry, but as a person that has a record of transparency and accountability, $600 million, that's what ELL and poverty comes out of the state school fund. And just like Iris, when she was with Stand for Children, the parents of the kids that aren't ELL says, wait a minute, what's happening here? Now, ELL is different, and we do know who the students are, and we do have accountability. Report shows how much they get and how much the school districts spend, but not on how they do it or what programs, and that's what we're working with on the other task force, the 3499. This one, I'm sorry, I I have one principle that says, yes, we can show you what we're spending the money on. The Title I, I've read that, and I mean, the book that tells you how to fill out the Title I report is unbelievable, and you get $164 per student. We're talking here about $1,500 additional dollars per student. So to me, it's an accountability and a transparency system. And I want to make it as easy as possible. I don't want to put burden on schools, but I think as a legislator who is responsible for spending the taxpayers' money, I need to have some, I was against all-day kindergarten for different reasons, or I had my reasons for doing that. It passed. And I was saying we didn't give the state K-12 enough money because we didn't really add the $400 million extra for all-day kindergarten. That wasn't right. We should have added at least the $400 million for full-day kindergarten. But we have to make decisions, and how can I argue that we need we need more money, we need less money? And again, remember, it's taking away the $1,500 we're spending. I want to defend it. I want to defend it to 3.3 or 0.5 if you need that to help these kids succeed. But you got to tell me how you're spending it. Here, I give you a check, $300 million. Not, where's the school districts?
Yeah.
So,
It's more
and
300 million, man.
Yeah, we'll take it.
I know, Betty Wright will take it.
it's a lot of money. And I'm not, again, I think the people that work with me on a day-to-day basis in the Capitol, I'm a reasonable person. I'm just trying to say I think we need some accountability system to report back to the taxpayers that you're doing something with that money.
Sure.
If the superintendent wants to say, I'm spreading across the budget, then tell me that. Be honest.
I get what you're telling me.
Yeah.
So, and I would be happy to tell you that as a superintendent. I'd be happy to sit down and explain how I do it different than Betty. I guess my two comments would be, one is it's $600 million, but it's that 0.1 is actually, for me, it's 0.01% of that is what I get.
Yeah,
So,
I think we've talked, Morgan, I think in the past that maybe if you're not getting more than a certain school size with poverty students, you don't report.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with doing that. I mean, like I said before, I like the idea of let's come up with interesting new ideas. I'm interested in doing that. I'll sit down and I'm sure I will have John and Betty, and I'll probably tell you that there'll probably be papers thrown at us from our colleagues like you thought it was okay to have another report. Are you out of your mind? But that's probably what's going to happen. But I'm in on that if we can really have a conversation about how that falls out after the fact. And what I mean by that is When
Don't
600 million, I'm in on that because I'm gonna get part of it. And I do need a report. I work for a public agency, right? I'm responsible to my community. I need to be able to tell them precisely what it is I spend my money on so we can get better. My problem is that when you, like, I'll be honest with you, you brought this from the elementary principal, she does really well. I'm telling you, if she's in my district, she and I are having a conversation. That's not a conversation that she frankly has with you first, she has it with me first. Right, and if she's really that desperate about coming up with $25,000 in a district that size, it can be done. So, to me, this is just somebody complaining that they didn't get what they wanted. And they didn't see a very big picture in the process. That's one end. The other end of it is, you know what, if it really is $25,000 and they are doing that much good work, I'm an idiot for not doing it. I mean, for me, that's the other side of that coin. I'm like, why wouldn't we be doing that? Why wouldn't we partner with somebody in the community? I'd be screaming for Faith Community or anybody else to help us figure out a way to get that done.
Thank you.
So there's that weird, you know what I'm saying? There's a weird
Thank you.
balance. I just think as a reasonable person, what you're saying, we just come at it from a different angle.
And I would second that, and I would say, and I really respect what you're trying to do here, I really do. I just think that if you ask most districts, they'd say, we feel like we're already reporting this. We feel like we're already reporting, but it may not be in a way individually all by itself. And so if we can earmark what we're already doing, that will help more specifically address what you're asking. But, you know, we're being held accountable for our economically disadvantaged students because the state school report card singles those guys out and tells how we're doing with those kids. So there's already accountability built into what we're doing, and we are doing everything we possibly can with the monies that we're given and with our community partners. You know, with our summer school programs where we're coordinating with.
But the representative's right, Betty, because there are some of our colleagues that don't.
Yeah.
There are some of our colleagues that don't. That's part of the reason why we're sitting around the table, right?
But, yeah.
They just don't. They can't figure out a way to get it done. And if this is a way for us to identify our colleagues who can't figure out how to effectively spend the money, then I would be the first one to stand in that line. I'm sure you would too. I know John would too. I mean, I want to know how it is we can take the precious dollars we have and get it to use it as best we can.
And if we can demonstrate we're doing that and we need more, I'll be the first, I'll be out there in front advocating for more.
Yeah.
Sure.
But remember, you're taking away from everyone else to do this. And I think it's important to do. That's why I worked on this and the ELL bill. I think it's important enough to do.
So folks, I'm noticing that there's some folks who've spoken quite a few times and some who haven't spoken at all, and that's okay. We're sort of in inside baseball a little bit, and so if you're not acquainted with how a school district runs, this might have escaped, you know, you might not sure how to fit in. So I want to make sure now to just give an opportunity for folks at the table to register their thoughts around this reporting stuff before we move into different subcategories. Sonia?
I just want to take it a little bit different because we speak different languages from how school districts fund and what that means to them. And so I want to speak to something that Representative Wisnett said is if we're looking at graduation rates, because everything that the districts is saying, I understand that, but I also have students from most of your districts that are failing and not graduating, that I see a direct reflection from those families and the reasons why. If the after-school programs like that is in the report that we received, for a lot of families and communities in poverty, those are essential if they are homework-based, because with Common Core now, the homework that's coming home, Indian Ed here in Salem-Keizer runs tutoring, I run tutoring out of my office. I have college from Willamette, Chemeketa students that are helping and tutoring, but they don't speak Common Core language. And so if that information isn't coming home from the schools, how are they expecting parents that sometimes are at low-level education to help their students when nothing is coming home with examples? Like I had a teacher send home with a paper, look on Engage New York. That was the homework help. What if you don't have a computer? What if you don't have someone that knows how to do that? So I understand school districts, but I see those kids that are dropping out. Like sometimes they do reporting at 10th grade dropout. Our students aren't making it through middle school. So how are they're not in those numbers of dropping out because they didn't make it to high school. I have students in districts that They don't see themselves, and we come from a culture that is very distrusting of education, and that is just a fact because of boarding school eras. People think that this is something that happened hundreds of years ago. My aunts are still alive today that was taken up by law and rounded up at 8 and 9 years old and taken to boarding school. So it's not something that is so far out of Oregon's history of why we have a distrust with education. I had a student yesterday have a school administrator tell him, I will never listen to you, your story isn't important to me. How is the trust built there for that student? So it's like, if we're looking at graduation rates, then build in programs that are helping those students with the homework, with being successful and feeling good, culturally relevant curriculum, place-based curriculum. We don't mandate that in the state of Oregon. The only thing that is mandated in the state of Oregon is, at one point, was the Irish potato famine. How did that affect us here? But a senator passed it in the 60s that would be touched on here. So, I mean, because a lot of our students that aren't graduating, they don't see themselves in the education arena. And I understand the reporting of districts, I understand overworking, but like to be at this meeting coming from a tribal standpoint, I'm at meetings with HEC, I'm at meetings with this agency, with ODE. I'm one person that's trying to service, I service 29 school districts, and I'm one person. So, I mean, we're stretched thin as well, so we're looking for ideas of how we see our students succeeding in your schools, how we're getting them to graduate, what's helping them and their families. And so programs like that, I don't understand Common Core. I tell my son, if you don't have a foundation coming home or an example, we can search the internet all night long and see what we come up with, but how are other families that don't have those resources doing that? So I understand those questions, but if we're looking at graduation rates and we're looking at those, then we have to have programs that truly reflect the communities that they come from.
I want to anchor that because as an African-American male in Oregon, looking at the data, not just in this state, but across the country, even in London, Europe areas, it's disheartening. It really is. As I process the comments and dialogue, and I'm still in my mind looking at institutional challenges that have been set in place over decades that has created a pipeline from the classroom to a cell for black boys. So when we talk about trying to talk about transparency and accountability, I'm all in because my seed is being lost in the society, in this system. I have 2 black boys and a black girl for children. As an advocate, as a provider, but more importantly as a parent, I need understanding and accountability on how funds are being spent to prepare my child, right, to reinforce my values in my home to make sure that kid is successful going forward. So I'm really in. I appreciate the convening in this concept, and I think we'll be a whole lot further if we're willing to be just transparent. Yeah.
Peter, one thing that's not on the list, and it seems like to jump ahead, is, so all this is a good discussion, but I'm just double checking to make sure it's not.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it's sort of on the promising practices that maybe we should just add one generally that I don't know who it is. Maybe it's the chief education office, maybe it's ODE, maybe it's a combination of agencies and school districts and community partners, but sort of we have now an Indian education plan being developed. We have an African American youth plan being developed. We do have an English language learner plan that has been developed. We don't have one for students in poverty. And maybe that's something that we need to add to the agenda as well.
And you will see with some of the data, you see the parallel.
Right.
Yeah.
It really connects to race. If you look at the graphs and the points, it's pretty parallel. In terms of those in poverty, you really have that issue, at least in Oklahoma County.
Right.
It's around race. And going back to Herbal earlier, getting those interventions in place, our organization, in a real strong program that was specific to ethnic studies that was doing really well, boosted AP in placements for students of color in the school, ran for elected office, things were changing that school climate, but it was defunded because of politics. And we keep having this persistent opportunity gap. But if we stick into the working, that have a community-based solution, don't change it, it's for the kids. They're being successful.
So I'd like to just call for a question, just to see, curious, maybe I'm wrong on this. So I heard two things that maybe there could be consensus on. One was maybe 10 minutes ago, I think it might have been Mike, someone on this side, about taking the recommendation from the school funding task force for a more extensive and explicit study of the weights. That's would take more time, would take some funding. I also then heard, in the mold of the AIAN state plan or the African American state plan or ELL, that again there'd be a more deeper study about best practices that could be presented to the field. Now it may come from interviewing districts, who knows where that comes from, but those are two thoughts. Both of them would extend the lifetime of the conversation beyond the next session. Might get some deeper, might be different, smaller groups or more like groups or anything, but did those two resonate with everybody, or were there major outliers who thought, no, we don't need to do either of those? So raise your hand if you're like, nope, don't support a deeper study of the weights, or don't support really looking at best practices and publishing it at a rigorous level like we did for the AIAN
Can you do
state
two
plan.
votes? What if
Yes.
one of one and one of the
Thank
other?
you.
Double.
So and I'm not going to put this, I'm almost just trying to see how do we feel. On the first one about following up with the recommendations of the school funding task force to pay for a more in-depth study of the state school fund weighting. You're an against?
We're for.
Anybody against?
Oh.
Hands down,
Sorry, I thought he asked who supported it.
And then anyone against the notion of kind of copying the model of the Alaska Native American Indian state plan and the African American youth state plan that's going to start to come together, but really with a poverty lens to it and focusing on that as a work product?
I'm not against it. I like the idea. I think it almost seems more of a synthesis study as opposed to a standalone, because there's so many parallels.
I agree. It might be really easy to identify.
And I would amend that. That's kind of what I was suggesting, was we're spending all this time specifically on those three areas, and I go to those meetings and we never really talk about poverty
Right.
as the connector.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I asked for it at the African American Plan meeting. You remember that, Mark? And I was told, no, we don't want to do that. And yet we see the data here. It's critical that we have that conversation. But we also, I love the data that you presented to us, the Jackson piece, for example, or Johnson piece. What's the name of that? Jackson. It was Jackson. Yeah. I would support it if it could be as much a literature review of what the work has already been done. Why reinvent the wheel? We've got some really great people out there who've used the data that are available. Let's lead with that.
Any other comments on the outcome reporting, categorical funding? Because there's a couple of other categories, one of which we are supposed to talk about, which is the sufficiency of the weight. Are there any thoughts about recommendations? So anything else on the outcomes part? Oh, actually, Doug, right? Doug, you had your hand up, and I want to try in the audience. Sometimes you raise your hands and I ignore you, and sometimes I call on you. I'm just trying to do my best to include you, but go ahead, Doug.
I just heard two things in the last hour or two. First of all, I heard Janet mention the fact that we ought to be looking forward and not backwards. And I heard Representative Wisnet said the real goal is to try to find a way to address graduation rates and absenteeism. So I'm wondering if the report for a school district could be, instead of what have you done in the past, maybe what could they do in the future, and what resources might they need to integrate better with outside of school programs and increase graduation rates. So it's a proactive report. Maybe it's something the school board posts a discussion. It's very community-based, but say, it's a report, understanding that you get a 0.25 weighting for poverty, or whatever funding you get for poverty. What kinds of programs could you have, do you have, and do you need to increase your graduation rates? And that, I think, might get a more productive conversation going in the community about what they could be doing. And as Lori just said, there's a ton of really good data about the kind of programs. The other thing I'd point out, and I've used this endlessly, is in 2007, the 2007 to 2009 state budget included $79.6 million for Children and Families Commission programs for kids 6 to 21. By 2013, or 2012, when the Children and Families Commissions were eliminated, that was down to $32.4 million. There's been a 60% cut in those programs, including community schools and mentoring. Programs that were funded by the commissions often went to schools and to community groups. And then since then, 80% of those resources have been directed to 0 to 6. So if you have a problem, M.A. Lynch 10 years ago would have gone to their Deschutes County Commission on Children and Families and gotten a grant for $25,000 through the state to be able to provide that community school program. That's gone now. So those are the types of programs that have disappeared in the last 10 years. Thoughts?
Peter?
Scott, yes.
I'm really concerned about ending up tying this report to the question of graduation rates. Because the honest truth is, if you want to solve the graduation rate problem, which isn't even referenced in the bill, then the answer is data manipulation. We can manipulate ourselves right into a higher graduation rate. We can go adopt the Texas model and we'll have a great graduation rate. That is not what we were asked to do. I'm also concerned about hijacking this bill, which is a relatively simple question, with everybody's personal agenda. I think there's 3 basic conclusions that ought to end up in this bill, or as in the report of this work group coming out of this bill. The first question we were asked was whether funding improves educational outcomes, and the answer is yes. Duh. We have giant piles of data in front of us, and they all say exactly the same thing. More funding will improve your outcomes for kids at all levels. The second one is that to reinforce that the poverty weight is an allocation formula, not a spending allocation, and any decision to hold districts accountable for poverty, for the use of the poverty allocation, should follow an intentional decision by the legislature that we're to use the poverty allocation for poverty alleviation and poverty educational outcomes, not get the cart ahead of the horse. And the third one is that we know from data that addressing poverty proceeds sequentially from meeting basic needs to self-actualization. And that, if you really want to invest in meeting children's basic needs, you can then create a foundation to improve their educational outcomes. But again, you can't get the cart ahead of the horse. That's really all that needs to be said at the end of the day. And I appreciate a lot of people would like to use this bill for a lot of other things, but that isn't really the question that we were asked. To go back to where Tricia started with, it's a pretty straightforward question with some pretty straightforward answers. And we ought to just tell the truth. That would kind of help the educational conversation for once.
Thank you. Any other comments on that set of topics? The other part of the legislation that we were asked to address.
I try not to talk, but
Yes, sir.
I said graduation rates, but it's student success. I mean that everyone talks about graduation rates, but it's success for that student, whether it's graduation or a great welder or whatever, or you're going to be a contributor to society, not a taker of But anyway, I'm sorry I used because everyone keeps saying, well, because I think there is a connection between graduation rate and these students not getting the support they need for those basic things. And Scott always says it better than I do. Anyway.
I just want to be careful because
I understand.
Things like 5th-year program dramatically affect that. Are we talking 5-year rate, the 4-year rate? Are we talking modified diplomas or regular diplomas?
Do you know what he's talking about? 5th year is a big thing in the legislature. And Redmond's a big user of the 5th-year program, and I sort of support it.
And just since it was raised, I feel like I got to point this out in every public meeting. Oregon's graduation rate is calculated under a method that's different than other states. Scott referenced Texas. And basically, if we had an apples-to-apples graduation rate to the rest of the country, we'd probably fall right around where our funding level is, just for what it's worth. And that's not to say that Oregon's going to change its graduation rate calculation, because I think there's some belief that ours is more rigorous, and that's fair to the system. But we do not have apples-to-apples comparisons, and all we would have to do to raise our graduation rate tomorrow is use Texas's method. Not to just Texas, because there's probably something we do that's okay. Yeah, okay. Just Texas, but folks put us at 49th, and the fact is we're probably right somewhere right around where we get funded at. And it's pretty much how the districts fall. And you see that in the NAEP scores. So, Tricia.
Peter, one of the things that I think is probably not very well understood, and I asked Brian in a little sidebar, on his list of particular types of students and their graduation rates, and if you make them all the same, and third grade reading, and then what happens after that, and disadvantaged students come in at a lower graduation rate than one would assume. I asked Brian if we have any data on why the kids drop out of school. Has anyone done any research on why kids drop out? These particular kids that we're talking about in this. And he indicated not in Oregon, as far as he knows. And part of the problem is when you ask a 17-year-old why they're not in school, it might be a different reason than the social experts might give you for why the kid's not in school. But if what we're talking about, if the issue that we're trying to solve here is keeping poor kids in school until they graduate, seems like some of the data we don't know, and I don't think school districts can provide, is why aren't they in school? In this scenario, all things being the same, they are all reading at third grade rate in the third grade, but then they don't graduate, and we don't know why. So before we go about changing a whole bunch of things about what we do, or trying to figure out who the most successful or least successful are, seems like somebody, maybe a university somewhere, needs to figure out why they didn't stay in school. If it's not academic, then academic solutions may not affect that number at all.
Yeah, there's actually a ton of great research out. We heard that at U of O, produced a bunch of it at a graduation summit. And if folks are interested, I can include it out to the group about what in particular tends to happen to these students who are economically disadvantaged when they get to high school. What are the things that tends to happen? So we have a half hour. The other mandatory thing to consider, there might not be a lot to discuss, some of this has come up already, but I definitely want to flag it, is on this grid, the first part was around the state school fund. There were 2 questions that were on here, and then we've had an amendment from Lori to add a 3rd question. So one legislative concept that came up at the last meeting was about changing the data that's used to calculate the district's poverty weight. And again, I want to put that in a context that Oregon just did that very recently, going from the 10-year to I think the 3-year on the census. And so we're in a context of school districts which have just seen money move around the state with that calculation. So there might be zero appetite for this, but it was suggested about using some different data than what we use now. That was a suggestion. What's in the bill is the sufficiency of the poverty weight and whether it should change. I think what I heard, and we raised our hands about, was that there was nobody who dissented from the idea that that should be considered holistically in the context of all the weights by a group, not this group moving forward. That could be our recommendation now. But I do want to hear to see if there's any thoughts about sufficiency that we haven't heard yet. And then finally, Lori had asked that when we talk about the state school fund, is there a legislative concept or discussion plus or minus on the state school fund period, its total amount, and whether the group has comments on that topic vis-a-vis students in poverty. So I'll stop talking and see. It might be that we've done this one to death, but I want to make sure if somebody has something about the weight that hasn't been said already. Lori,
what you just said didn't sound like what came out of my mouth.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just hearing your words differently, but I just wanted to make sure that one of the things we put on our list about the state school fund was its insufficiency overall. All those other words didn't make any sense to me.
Okay. So do you want to articulate what it would be so folks can respond to it?
Do we have a state school fund that's adequate to meet the needs of our students? And I think we can look to the quality education model for a quick answer to that, but we may have other resources as well, particularly with respect to some of the other work groups that are working on it.
Morgan?
I was just going to say, the question about the changing of the poverty weighting, there was a lot of teeth gnashing about that, but I think if you give people truth serum and they looked at that, they would say that the work that the department did on that is much more equitable and a better reflection of distributing resources to the districts that have students in poverty. So I would say that would be something we should not consider is opening that back up. We've already, that was a long process, much teeth gnashing, but I think again, if you asked everyone, they would say that it is a much better reflection of where our students are in poverty, the districts they reside in, and the resources are going to those districts as they should.
And I agree, just to tag on to that, the work wasn't defining the poverty weight, it was defining poverty, if that's what you're saying, but on this document it says, used to calculate a district's poverty weight. The weight is what it is. It's how many students do you apply the weight to.
Mhm.
That's the work.
Yeah, thanks for that correction. Any other comment about that when it's been done recently? People basically, it was a tough process, but it's fairer now than it used to be, and the time's not right to do it again. That's what I heard from here. Is that what you said?
But I think I would just say, I don't know what data you would pull that would be more fair than the data that's currently being used.
It's every 3 years.
I think it's almost, is it every year, Brian, or Mike's back there?
annual.
It's every year, it's annual.
Updated annually, yeah.
Using PSU data populations.
No, it's, well, I don't know what their involvement is. It's called the American Community Survey done by the Census Bureau.
No, I thought early in my career the mental health, because it was on census data. And Deschutes County was growing from, not 20,000 to 80,000 people. And so 10 years was really hurt our mental health programs. We used the PSU data, current population.
Michael, anything on state school fund and the weight and the calculation that is critical for the group to know, or are we good? We all correct?
I think we're all good from this standpoint. I echo Morgan's statement that we put a lot of work into looking at what is the best model to get at that. We looked at free and reduced lunch, we looked at safety data, and what we came up with at the time was what we thought was the best formula. But as I tell folks, if there's a better way of doing it, I'm all ears. So.
But the time's not right, is what I'm also hearing.
Right.
Yeah. Any comments specifically to Lori's? And I'm going to, do we have a state school fund that is adequate? Tricia.
My broken record again, I think that speaks to the main intention of the bill. The bill, again, our report is to report on how state school fund expenditures relate to the educational achievements of students in poverty. So, seems to me that sufficiency of the state school fund in meeting, we know from the data that it's not meeting the needs of students in poverty, and we can talk about how it's not in your report, but that is the point, I think, of this report. Not is the poverty weight solving all their problems, but is the state school fund solving their problems?
I guess we spoke about the research earlier, right? And I think the research said something about a 10% increase in the funding would have this kind of effect. Yep. Well, there you go, right? If there was a 10% increase in funding, it would have this kind of effect.
I just also wanted to highlight what the research also said around making sure that the money is spent on targeted investments that actually make a difference for students. So, like, as we're assessing whether it's sufficient, we also have to explore how is the money being spent, and is it being spent well, and is it having an impact on student outcomes? I think a really intense review of that is important, and that's part of why we want to be able to do the report to see how the money is being spent for the transparency and accountability.
Peter?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have to respond to that. One of the things that is my honor to do is that I get to speak to graduate school programs a lot as a guest lecturer. And I just did this last week and talked about schools and students, and at one point, almost everybody in there, and it's about a class about this big at Florida State Graduate School. I asked them what they encountered, what were the single biggest problems that they encountered in their classrooms with their kids. And one of them actually said he didn't have heat. Now, I'm sorry, but if in 2015, I'm hearing from a high school teacher in Oregon that his greatest problem is that he doesn't have heat for his kids in the class, everything else that I just heard about, optimal programming for this or that educational fad or whatever, is just really, it's not conducive to, well, it just doesn't align with our reality, our members' reality out there. There are places where we have that level of problem. We have basically the broken window syndrome in a lot of school districts where they just don't have some very fundamental basics. And if all we're going to do is report on outcomes about whether this optimal program or that were being used, I just think we're barking up the wrong tree. Let's heat the buildings. Let's get the kids in reasonable sized classrooms with reasonable ratios, and let's do the things that all the research we just discussed today said: smaller class size, summer programs, I mean, the list is there. All the research says that's what we need to do, and we know we're not funding that.
Any other comments on the total school fund, the weight? Okay, the remaining, we've got about 20 minutes, and I'm happy for folks, and I'll just identify a few of these that came up that there's a lot of energy around, and if folks want to speak to them, I remember who some of these folks were who spoke to it, and any comments we can get. These are the main things that we've just discussed, are our main charge, but we also did, and Lindsay was very, very interested, just so folks know, at possibility thinking. Whoever said looking towards the future, if something can come out of this group that's brand new, he considers that to be a win. So if you look down on the second page, promising practices, I do remember this was Morgan who raised it. Forgive me if I got the language wrong. But when we were talking last time about this, Morgan said increasing the diversity of our teaching staff is something to discuss as an anti-poverty program. We also at that meeting had, I don't remember who said it, but it was the idea of K-12 and DHS working closely together, and then that came up again in today's meeting. Third thing was, a lot of folks talked last time, and this time of extended time for learning. I don't know what that would be in terms of a concept, but I wrote it down because someone said it. And then finally, there was some support for 2-generational poverty approaches that work work with families. And so on any of these, if these touch a chord with any of you, again on positive, negative, unintended consequences, or any of these, I'd like to capture some of that data before we conclude. Obviously, these are not as fully baked as some of the earlier ones. They're much more general. But there may be things that folks want to talk to because they brought it up before. John?
Oh, just because I don't like to follow the rules either. I also think we ought to think of collective impact solutions as being part of our promising practices.
Oh, I skipped that.
Right, and we actually had it categorized as part of the reporting category for funding and outcomes. But I think
I stuck in the wrong spot.
Okay, great, because I think it's a very promising
Yeah, and we
practice.
had Dick Thorndike on, if you folks remember, about Southern Oregon. That did come up today about the work they're doing down there. That's a collective impact solutions. I'm so sorry, that should be down in promising practices.
Super.
Do you want to speak to that?
No, we've got some great action going on in Central Oregon through our collective impact organization, Better Together. And I think we're just scratching the surface of the power of leveraging, working with community-based organizations, other partner agencies, faith-based organizations. We're really getting some momentum in meeting the needs of children and families. So I'm high on collective impact.
So are there barriers or concept? Are there barriers or concepts that might need to change, or is it going fine and just,
Well, I think the kinds of, I mean, it's literally the barriers we're working through a lot are just information sharing. Between FERPA and HIPAA and other privacy regulations, being able to share the information so that we can serve every children, or every child, each family.
And that could result in safer schools.
Absolutely.
Peter, could you tell me what you mean at the end of that, where you were saying impact organizations to act together like CCOs with respect to funding accountability? What does that mean?
it came up, you know, I remember someone here mentioned CCOs at the meeting, and I don't know much about how they work.
Well, that part I do know.
Okay, you might be able
But
to
is that
educate
what
me.
you mean? Because the CCOs determine funding of various programs within their purview. And is that what you're talking about here?
I
So
didn't
doing
suggest
that-
it, and again, I may have made transcription error when I was listening, but what came up was something about, well, the way CCOs are funded is, and I'm sort of ignorant of that, others of you might know more, but they have this idea of funding towards outcomes.
Right, and they have control over
What's that?
funding.
It's a per head payment, so you get, your dollars are per person you serve based on age, et cetera, rather than a service, rather than a per service. So it's not that you get it's not that you get funded for going to the doctor, it's you get funded for that person. And the goal, the incentive is to prevent rather than make them go to the doctor a lot.
And my support for collective impact is not related to some funding scheme.
So they're
like that.
separate. They're
To me,
separate.
those are completely
Like
different. entities.
wraparound services.
Right,
Yeah.
it's coordination of services.
Yes.
What he's talking about is the various service providers getting together and talking about their clients and ways they can work together better to serve those clients, which is different than what you have written here.
Correct.
If you would take out that funding accountability piece, I'd feel better.
And yes, that would be my intent too.
Me too.
So what, anyone, maybe it's not somebody who's at the last meeting, CCOs came up at the last meeting as an idea. And I can listen, I don't know who it was, but.
Can we talk about it more globally, like wraparound services and the community
And coordination of
community
services.
coordination approach? A little bit more flexible that way?
CCOs in the general context, coordinating with all the various services. And CCOs pay for mental health care, they pay for children's health care, they pay for some behavioral health care, and they are an important part of keeping kids healthy, so they'd be one of the partners.
Peter, let me suggest you move the CCO part down there to the increased coordination, because you need to add some other folks to that list too. OHCS controls a huge amount of money related to housing stabilization and energy. They need to be on that list. Employment department has a huge impact on kids' outcomes. It's not just DHS. So CCO and the other alphabets, the rest of the alphabet can be on that line.
And nonprofits in there.
Yeah.
So what's the concept that would make a difference for the students that we're talking about? And maybe
For CCOs? Or-
for this idea of the cross-sector collaboration with housing, employment department, so what's missing
It's
that?
getting down to that, making sure kids' basic needs are met so they enter the classroom ready to learn.
Right.
Because you can't teach a kid who's cold, tired, hungry, or sick. But right now, we all operate in silos and we may or may not be hitting them.
So again, as follow-up, and maybe I'm being obtuse, but what's the concept that would help free up that coordination?
I'm not sure we have one yet.
Okay.
CCOs are pretty new, and the early learning hubs, which are the CCOs in education, are even newer. And everyone who is promoting them is very, very hot about them, but we haven't seen their outcomes yet to the point that we want to mandate something in schools.
Well, I think the point of coordination is that the source of basic stabilization dollars isn't going to run through the state school fund. It's going to run through all of those other entities out there. And if we're not working with those entities to make sure they have the capacity to do their job, we're not going to be able to deliver on the educational mission.
And that's a large part of the proposal that I talked about earlier, is coordinating outside the school with what's happening inside the school.
And Peter, I'm not for sure if CBOs fall under COOs, but I know my comment at the former meeting on the phone was the importance of the CBO relationship with school districts and building up those partnerships more robust, and also helping districts get the coaching on how to work with community partners. Because sometimes it's a new conversation for some certain demographics, especially when we talk about race and poverty.
You know, I talked before about how my experience has been at first schools where we teach and then we're one supposed to do the other, and now we've changed the other way. But we could, there's a lot of funding that the schools or responsibilities that schools are having to do and fund, use poverty money or whatever, if those nonprofits and other service providers were brought in and they have their own funding, then it could free more money for smaller classes and more teachers.
So again, just ignorance showing. So at a state level, I understand in my county where I live, how we would locally get together with different providers. What's the state's role, or what could a state role be to either improve CBO work or improve the local work? Is there a role for the state? I'm not trying to be dense, I'm just trying to understand what might be a statewide.
So, for example, with CCOs were put together with very little regulatory framework around
Right.
it. Sort of been left to evolve. If we decide that ought to be prioritized for kids, well, then it's going to take some legislative framework somewhere. Maybe we're not going to decide that, I don't know. But right now, there's room there to talk.
We can talk about that.
You're talking about
We can look at that and see if we
modifications
could
of
add something, or it could be
CCOs.
separate legislation.
You have to be separate. Yeah.
So what Scott's talking about is modifying the CCOs, not creating a new entity that schools would interact with.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sorry to keep drilling, I just didn't understand. Okay.
To your point about
Yes.
how the state can play a role, I recommend a great opportunity
Folks?
to really have the state help those partnerships, CBOs and districts. Oftentimes, it's an interesting dialogue and discussion. He's trying to drill down to impact at the ground level. We at a 30,000-foot level viewpoint, trying to make sense of things. So I think having some support from the state legislative concept or some particular position that will help really kind of engineer those conversations to where it's really impactful and it's not lost. We're confronted with quite a few biases. Now, I'll just be transparent with how funding is spent. You have districts who have a high poverty rate, but the staff and the district and the boards do not reflect the community. There's challenges there. Can I be real? There's challenges there. So how do we kind of assist districts in being transparent and being open to have these conversations, to invite these external resources into the school districts, right, to help all kids? That may be some mandate opportunities where you have this expectation to work with partnerships who provide that equity expertise, if you have those folks in your communities, in your districts or your counties, or having some staff person work with those partnerships from the state to kind of help mitigate and have those conversations go forward, so we're not losing real good assets in our school communities.
Thanks for specifying, it's helpful.
Yeah.
We only got a couple of minutes, and I want to
Yes,
really
sir.
make sure that we put in the extended time for learning.
Uh-huh.
I think people of poverty, both, they have less productive options for their spare time. And I believe either an extended day and extended year keeps them in the flow, keeps them engaged, where, rather than just hanging out and trying to find food.
And can I add to that, with respect, again, now I feel like a broken record. You gave us some great research. I'm going to share some more that I have.
Please,
David
yeah.
Berliner stuff, but they all are pretty well aligned. Ameliorating the summer slide and having those kinds of options for kids is one of the pieces. But there's a list, and there's a list that everyone pretty much agrees to, that the research is pretty clear on. If we could provide that list and not just pick out one of them, but have that list be a part of what we know, were we to have those extra resources I called for the state school fund, that schools and community partners could collaboratively provide kids, then we know that we could make great strides with them. So it'd be really great if our report reflected that research and listed all of those really concretely.
Peter?
Yes.
And then also, because I can foresee in my probably been here too long cynical self, a legislator reading that report and saying, oh, well, all we have to do is mandate that school districts will do these 5 things, and then everything will be okay again.
Yeah, because Lori Wimmer agreed with it.
And because the research shows that that's what school districts should be doing, and by God, why aren't they doing it now? Because they're scums, we know. But if our report doesn't say that these should be added with additional resources, then what we are doing is impoverishing everyone. So I really do hope that our report is very clear. We're not suggesting the legislature mandate a bunch of new programs at all. And if they were to go that direction, they need to bring the dough.
Can I paraphrase the bring the dough part?
Please.
Increase funding.
Please do, quote me.
Janet?
So I love the idea of opportunity and selection, because here's my fear from the federal side of the world, is there are federal grants, after-school programs is one example, that if you have a district that currently gets a federal grant for after-school programs, and suddenly you have a state mandate that they have to provide an after-school program, you've got a supplant problem. So giving districts opportunity to provide something that they don't already have some opportunity to provide is great, but telling them they have to do one thing is going to create some challenges for districts.
Peter, I've talked a lot, but I just got to.
I know, you're good.
Building in on Mark's comments, and one of the things we found with our collective impact organization in Central Oregon is that it serves as a great convener and facilitator in putting together the school districts and our community-based organizations like the Latino Community Association and many of the local CBOs, Boys and Girls Clubs, and helping them with those conversations with the school districts and making those connections. So convening, facilitating. It's very promising.
We're about at time, so I'd like to just let you know realistically what I see. Want to go ahead?
No.
Realistically, what I see occurring after this meeting, and again, the deadline to produce something to an education committee is November 15th, which is 16 days from today. And I have a little process within our office where we have to have it fact-checked and branded and all this stuff, so I'm not supposed to have something done in a week-ish. And realistically, in order to get anything out to you folks to respond to, that means way in advance of that, it's like get something done by Monday. So that would be the plan is, and just to let you know, a lot of what you've seen already in the handouts are going to be in the report. So we did a big report on the barriers that students and families face if they're in poverty. That's going to be in the report. We've cited a lot of research about the effect of school funding. That's going to be in the report. There's a rural and urban thing that's going to be paraphrased and put in the report. So a lot of the report you've seen it in pieces, but that's going to be in there. A second part of it's going to be some kind of an introduction, some kind of a conclusion, and then some kind of a digest of what these comments have been. And I don't think I'm going to get them down to 3, but I do aspire to follow something about what Mike said, which is to really distill these down into a few things, not a laundry list of things, as best possible. And honestly, facilitating it, I'm not in the best position to know how many of those are, because I've been writing and thinking and calling on you and worried about what you were saying or I was saying, so I needed some think time. But the idea would be that I get something done the very beginning of next week back out to the committee, and then there's a chance for folks to respond to it. And we'll do the best we can in loop, because it's possible Don writes, what you put on page 2 is the best thing I've ever read, I love it. And Morgan says, if you put page 2 in, I want my name taken off the work group list. And so I'll try to work this diverse committee's feedback in some way so that it's showing that there was a lot of diversity that was expressed at the meeting. I feel like that's the only way to go that solves some of the things that have come up about, well, I'm concerned you're going to do this, and da-da-da-da. If we have a number of different perspectives reflected, then that's honest to the committee's work and not creating a false sense to any reader that we landed on something that in fact we did not land on. I only heard us landing on 2 things, and I hesitate even saying that we did land on those because we started out by saying we weren't going to drive to consensus, but it did feel like there was some consensus about we should do more talking about the school fund, and we should do more talking about poverty and planning for how to have our schools be best. So that'll be back out to you, and you'll have a very short turnaround to get some response back to us for that to go in our report. I'm just going to end by asking that you assume best intention. I'll let Senator Representative Wisnick talk after. Some folks are new to the group. Just so you know, I'm a lifetime K-12 educator, principal, and teacher in Oregon and 3 different states. And I hear what folks are saying from all kinds of different perspectives. I believe the intent in everybody in this room is what's best for kids, and the disagreements that we have are just based on maybe differences of opinion, not where our hearts lie. And I hope you feel that way about our work as well in our office, because that's what we're trying to do. Rep. Wisnick?
Please understand, I mentioned earlier, to meet the November 24th deadline for bills, Peter and I are going to work to put a placeholder here. And his staff will look at that, so don't get excited. That's not a final product. And we'll have plenty of input whether we do a bill or not. But just got a placeholder. I have to submit it. I only get 2 bills, and I'm using one of them to do this. So, and again, doesn't mean we'll have a bill, but I have to get it submitted. So don't get excited or whatever it says.
Thank you all very much.